Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we are beginning our coverage of Utah versus Kouri Richins. This is day one. We appreciate you guys joining us. And let me pop on over here. Welcome in everybody. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Let's do a quick little review of Utah versus Kouri Richins. So Eric Richens is the victim. He was 39. Kouri Richins is the defendant. She is 36 years old. The date that this happened was March 4th of 2022. You can see the charges there: aggravated, poisoning, insurance fraud, theft, forgery, communications fraud, controlled substance distribution, and this is all related to her obtaining and administrating fent without authorization. We have the judge is Richard Mrazik. Prosecution is Brad Bloodworth, and we have the defense now. Kouri had Sky Lazaro as her first lawyer, but Sky withdrew, and we did a deep dive on all of that, so we're not going to discuss that now, but Sky withdrew after the whole walk the dog letter and all of that stuff. So now Kouri's new defenders are Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alexander Ramos. So just real briefly, high level, because we want to get you into court because they did start earlier. Eric was found in the couple's Utah home after allegedly being given a Moscow Mule that contained a lethal dose of poison. Prosecutors allege that this was intentional and financially motivated. So welcome in everybody. Grab a seat, and let's get to trial. Let's get to day one of Miss Richins.
Exclusionary rule. The parties have agreed that family members can be present for opening, and that following opening, the defendant's mother, Lisa Kouri, and the defendant's aunt, Doreen Kouri, are going to be allowed to remain in the courtroom. We may excuse Doreen Kouri for certain witness testimony. Other than that, the parties are invoking the exclusionary.
Okay. And so the inverse, Ms. Nestor, Eric Richens' family stays present for opening. Is that correct? Is that the agreement?
Yes, sir.
And then to what extent are we invoking the exclusionary rule once the state begins to call witnesses?
It's my understanding that the first two witnesses they're going to call are Mr. Gene Richens and Ms. Katie Benson. So as soon as they testify, they can come. We're not going to recall them, so they can sit in the trial for the rest of the trial.
Okay.
I don't know if you're ever going to call Amy.
TBD on Amy. Clint Benson is the third.
So all three of the family are going to testify first, and then they can remain in the courtroom. We're not going to recall Clint Benson either.
Are you seeking to exclude Katie and Clint while Gene is testifying?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
All right.
And then as far as Amy goes, if they're going to call her later, we may need to exclude her from the first set of witnesses that are the day of the death, because that's what she has knowledge about.
Is that today?
I think so. So, well, I'll talk with Mr. Bloodworth about exactly when they're going to call her, but she may need to be excluded because depending on what they put on. I think today she may need to be excluded for sure because they're going to be dealing with the day of the first responders when she was present. She'll be testifying about
All right. Why don't we agree that we'll take a short break after openings just to get some certainty as to who's staying in the courtroom when the state begins to call witnesses?
Perfect.
Is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
It is, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, the second housekeeping matter deals with exhibits. The state is primarily handling exhibits and publishing exhibits electronically. I appreciate that the court will also want paper copies of those exhibits that are in paper form.
Is that true, Brittany? Do we need that for the appellate record, or can they provide just a numbered set of electronic records for the appellate record? for deliberation. Okay, understood.
Yes, Your Honor. And so what I propose is rather than add up the paper exhibits as we go, perhaps at a lunch break or the end of the day, we can then add up on the exhibits.
No problem.
Your Honor, the final housekeeping issue relates to slide presentations for openings. The parties exchanged presentations yesterday. I think we each have a very small number of objections to the others.
Okay.
Your Honor, to begin with the states, there are, I believe it is 2 photographs. Can you bring up those and we'll bring up ours?
Katie, pull up slide number 5.
So I can see 3 photographs. Do you want to see them at the same time?
Please.
Your Honor, if you just publish them to counsel table, please.
No problem. One moment. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the state is objecting to the 2 photographs at the bottom of Defense Exhibit 338, looks like. Under 401 and beyond that, 403.
Put a little more meat on that bone for me. These seem to be consistent with other evidence and defense narrative about things related to Eric Richens being an avid hunter and going on hunting trips, including international. What's the 403 problem?
Your Honor, I don't know that exotic animal heads add any non-prejudicial value to the case.
What's the prejudicial part?
There may be jurors that, react strongly to exotic animal hunting, different, for example, than a deer or an elk.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, on the day that Eric passed, he was having conversations on the phone with his hunting folks about an exotic animal hunting trip that he had just completed in Mexico, which is going to be relevant to this case, the fact that he had just been in Mexico. I don't know how the prejudice plays because Ms. Richens also lived in this house, so if they're going to hold it against Eric, they're going to hold it against her.
Pause there.
Yeah.
First, these photographs, to the extent we're worried about them being wholly irrelevant, they have minimal probative value in as much as they are consistent with other evidence in the case regarding Eric Richens being an avid hunter and traveling to hunt and things that may or may not have happened while he was on hunts in and out of the state. And there's no unfair prejudice here. Candidly, this is Summit County. Every juror in this county knows that people hunt and sometimes have taxidermy trophies from their hunts in their homes. This is fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What else you have?
Your Honor, that is the state's objection. The state will now bring up I think the slide that defense is objecting to.
See,
there may be 2.
Scott, you need table 2, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, one moment.
Take that one. Go up. Vacation Express.
Your Honor, while he's looking, did you have a copy of the preliminary instructions? You just given the same ones. Did you make any changes to the preliminary instructions you're going to read the jury this morning?
I emphasize in the note-taking instruction that we do not have transcripts of the testimonies, that they will need to rely on their memories.
And all the rest are the same? Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep. I had a please here and there, if you care. But,
It's the one before that also, but we can start with this one.
Yeah, start with this one.
All right.
The other one, the gifts you made.
go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, we object to this slide and actually the next one they're going to pull up, primarily because these are not exhibits that have been pre-admitted. He's putting into the opening statement things that we don't know yet if they're going to come into evidence and how they're going to come into evidence. That's our objection on this one.
I guess it's the state's risk to run. Preview for me. How are you? Which witnesses are you going to get these in through?
Your Honor, this one, and we can shut this one down and bring up the next one.
This one we'd also object under 403. It's the same objection that we don't know who this is coming in, if this is going to come in, and my guess is they're going to attribute this to somehow that Ms. Richens a greedy person. I think this is extremely prejudicial.
I think these, forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, these are memes that your information technology expert would say were sent from Ms. Richens' device to other people shortly after Mr. Richens' death?
Your Honor, not the sent part. So
okay.
For both the first exhibit and this second exhibit, the Chris Kochodimos is the witness that will the state will move to admit these through. He will essentially testify that when conducting a forensic examination of the defendant's phone, he found that first document in a document folder in her phone, and he found the thumbnails and pathways to these 3 gifts in an image file in her phone. And that image file shows a date and a time that they were accessed, but it doesn't provide information as to whether they were sent or not.
What's the date they were accessed?
They were accessed at 8:30 a.m. on March the 4th, 2022.
And just complete the sentence for me. What had happened on March 3rd?
Well, Your Honor, Eric Richens was pronounced dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th. And the very last of medical examiner personnel, sheriff's deputies, crime scene techs exited the house at 8:30 a.m.
And Mr. Kochodimos will testify that the pathways, internet pathways to these 3 gifts were accessed on March 4 at
8:30 a.m.
So there's how it's coming in. Ms. Lewis, forgive me, you were making a 403 argument.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, we just renew our objection under 403. I think they speak for themselves in terms of the prejudice. We also don't know who had the phone at that time. We don't know where these were downloaded from, if they were sent to Ms. Richens. We don't know if she put these on her phone. We really don't. We know very little about these photos or these gifts. So we just renew our objection under that.
Okay. Internet content that was accessed from defendant's phone on the morning of March 4, 2022 has probative value because it's circumstantial evidence of what the person with that phone was thinking, and there is a link between that phone or that device and defendant. These gifts that are linked back to that device and that day and time by internet pathways that will come in through the state's expert are not the probative value of them in showing being circumstantial evidence of defendant's state of mind is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Not on that. And
okay.
Brad, could you just briefly pull up the last one? We just want to renew our objection to the final slide.
I'm sorry, which side? The Vacation Express?
No, the book.
Oh,
we're just going to renew our objection. Your Honor, this last slide is a vote.
I didn't say anything about the Vacation Express one. Do you want me to talk about that?
Oh, yes.
I didn't understand what your position on the Vacation Express one was.
Our position was that we don't know how this is coming into evidence, and it's not been pre-admitted.
Okay.
And it's prejudicial if it doesn't ever come in.
Mr. Bloodworth, I understood the Vacation Express electronic document, which was saved on a device that's connected to defendant, will be coming in through Mr. Kochodimos, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Proffer for me, can you call it back up? I can't remember the date on it.
Sure. Your Honor, it was a booking on December the 7th, 2021 for a trip for the defendant and Mr. Grossman to the Caribbean The trip was supposed to take place in April of 2022.
Okay. This information, the state has sitting here today without Mr. Contradimos on the stand, has proffered a legally valid route to admit it, and it has probative value regarding what defendants' plans were at various points in time. Its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
And I'm assuming that the state will not be saying that they actually went on this trip in opening. Well, because they didn't.
I don't know. Did they actually go?
No, they never did.
Okay, so I don't imagine the state will be making that representation.
Right. And then the final slide, we just want to renew our objection. Your Honor's already ruled on that, but for the record, we want to renew our objection to the book. And also our objection that if this is coming in, we'd ask that the entire interview be played. So we want to renew our objections on those grounds.
Okay. No new argument, though.
No.
Right? Okay. I appreciate that you've renewed it. The court stands on its prior denial of those objections for the reasons previously indicated. Mr. Bloodworth, from the state's perspective, any additional housekeeping?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Real nuts and bolts stuff. Is that portable mic turned on, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is.
Would you tap it for me? Very good. Ms. Nestor, same for you.
I turned it off, but let
Okay.
me test it. Can you hear? Can you hear?
Very good.
Okay. Yep, I'm turning it back off, though.
Okay. Brittany, you got your oath ready? All right. Do we have all 12 jurors, Tracy? Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Fair notice for all spectators. Every single time the jury comes in or leaves, we all stand. We're ready for the jury. All right, if each of you would please raise your right hand.
Do each of you affirm that you will well and truly answer such questions as may be put to you touching your competency to serve as jurors in the case now before the court, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Please have a seat. All right, good morning. Thank you for your patience. I assure you that we were working while you were waiting. That will happen from time to time. I appreciate your patience. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury in this case. I'll now give you some instructions explaining how the trial will unfold. I'll give you a larger set of instructions at the end of the trial explaining the law. You are required to consider and follow all of the court's instructions. The defendant is accused of committing one or more crimes. You'll decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Please keep an open mind throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, you will discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. You took an oath to well and truly try the issues pending between the parties and to render a true and just verdict. The oath is your promise to do your duty as a member of the jury. Please be alert, please pay attention, and please follow the court's instructions. The prosecution has filed a document called an information that contains the charges against the defendant. The information is not evidence of anything. It is only a method of accusing a defendant of a crime. I'll now read the information. Count 1 criminal homicide, aggravated murder. Between on or about March 3, 2022 and March 4, 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual under any of the following circumstances. The actor committed homicide for pecuniary gain, and or the actor committed homicide by means of the administration of a poison or of any lethal substance, or of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Furthermore, the defendant was a cohabitant with the other individual. Count 2, attempted criminal homicide, aggravated murder. On or about February 14, 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did intentionally or knowingly attempt to cause the death of another individual under any of the following circumstances. The actor attempted to commit homicide for pecuniary gain, and or the actor attempted to commit homicide by means of the administration of a poison or of any lethal substance, or of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Furthermore, the defendant was a cohabitant with the other individual. Count 3, insurance fraud. Between on or about January 29, 2022 and on or about August 31 of 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did with intent to deceive or defraud, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly devise a scheme or artifice to obtain anything of value by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, promises, or material omissions. Furthermore, the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. Count 4, insurance fraud. On or about June 14 of 2022 in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did, with intent to deceive or defraud, present or cause to be presented any oral or written statement or representation as part of or in support of a claim for payment or other benefit pursuant to an insurance policy, certificate, or contract, knowing that the statement or representation contained false, incomplete, or fraudulent information concerning any fact or thing material to the claim. Furthermore, the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. Count 5, forgery. On or about January 29, 2022, in Summit County, state of Utah, the defendant did, with the purpose to defraud someone, make, complete, execute, authenticate, or utter a writing so that the writing or the making, completion, execution, authentication, or utterance purports to be the act of another person, whether that person is existent or non-existent. The defendant has entered pleas of not guilty and denies committing the crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume that the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. The defendant does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the prosecution's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and find the defendant not guilty. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crimes charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Regarding our respective roles, all of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers of the court and have different roles during the trial. As the judge, I'll supervise the trial, decide legal issues, and instruct you on the law. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence and decide the factual issues. Factual issues relate to what did or did not happen in this case. The lawyers will present evidence and try to persuade you to decide the case in one way or the other. Neither the lawyers nor I decide the case. That is your role. Do not be influenced by what you think our opinions might be. Please make your decision based on the law given in my instructions and on the evidence presented in court. As jurors, you'll decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, and you must base your decision based only on the evidence. Evidence usually consists of the testimony and exhibits presented at trial. Testimony is what witnesses say under oath. Exhibits are things like documents, photographs, or other physical objects. The fact that the defendant has been accused of a crime and brought to trial is not evidence. What the lawyers say is not evidence. For example, their opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. You must keep an open mind throughout the trial. Evidence can only be presented one piece at a time. Do not form or express an opinion about this case while the trial is going on. You must not decide on a verdict until after you have heard all the evidence and have discussed it thoroughly with your fellow jurors in your deliberations. Rules govern what evidence may be presented to you. On the basis of these rules, the lawyers may object to proposed evidence. If they do, I'll rule in one of two ways. If I sustain the objection, the proposed evidence will not be allowed. If I overrule the objection, the proposed evidence will be allowed. Please do not evaluate the evidence on the basis of whether objections are made. Regarding the order of the trial, the prosecution will give its opening statement. An opening statement gives an overview of the case from one point of view and summarizes what that lawyer thinks the evidence will show. Defense counsel may choose to make an opening statement right after the prosecutor, or wait until after all of the prosecution's evidence has been presented, or not make one at all. You will then hear the prosecution's evidence. Evidence is usually presented by calling and questioning witnesses. What they say is called testimony. A witness is questioned first by the lawyer who called that witness, and then by the opposing lawyer. Please consider all testimony, whether from direct or cross-examination, regardless of who calls the witness. After the prosecution has presented all of its evidence, the defendant may present evidence, though the defendant has no duty to do so. If the defendant does present evidence, the prosecution may then present additional evidence. After both sides have presented all of their evidence, I'll give you final instructions on the law that you must follow in reaching a verdict. You will then hear closing arguments from the lawyers. The prosecutor will speak first, followed by defense counsel. Then the prosecutor speaks last, because the government has the burden of proof. Finally, you will deliberate in the jury room. You may take your notes with you. You will discuss the case and reach a verdict. From time to time, we'll call a recess. It may be for a few minutes or longer. During recesses, please do not talk about this case with anyone. Not family, not friends, and not even with each other. Until the trial is over, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions, such as the length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or anyone involved. The goal is to avoid the impression that anyone is trying to influence you improperly. So if people involved in the case seem to ignore you outside of court, they're not being rude, they're just following this instruction. Until the trial is over, please do not read or listen to any news reports or other reports about this case. Please don't do any research or visit any locations related to this case. And if you observe anything that seems to violate this instruction, please report it immediately to a clerk or bailiff. In the past, jurors have caused serious problems during trials by using electronic devices, such as their phones or their tablets or their computers, to research issues or share information about a case. You may be tempted to use your devices to investigate the case or to share your thoughts about the trial with others. Please don't do that. While you are serving as a juror, you must not use electronic devices for any of these purposes, just as you must not read or listen to any sources outside the courtroom about the case or talk to others about it. You'd violate your oath as a juror if you conduct your own investigation or if you communicate about this trial with others, and you can face personal consequences if you do. So please, don't Google the parties, the witnesses, issues, or counsel. Please don't post any updates about the trial on social media. Please don't perform any internet searches at all about anything related to this case. Even using something as seemingly innocent as Google Maps to look up a location, or an online dictionary to look up a term or word that you hear in the courtroom, can result in a mistrial. Please understand that the rules of evidence and procedure have developed over hundreds of years in order to ensure the fair resolution of disputes. The fairness of the entire system depends on you reaching your decisions based only on evidence presented to you in the courtroom and not on other sources of information. Post-trial investigations do occur, and if improper activities are discovered at any time, they'll be brought to the court's attention, and the entire case may have to be retried. So please, be careful. Regarding note-taking, please remember that we do not have transcripts of trial testimony. So when deliberating at the end of the case, you will need to rely on your memory of each witness's testimony. So please feel free to take notes during the trial to help you remember the evidence, but please don't let your note-taking distract you. Your notes are not evidence in and of themselves, and they may be incomplete. All right, we'll now proceed with opening statements. Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure you have what you need here. Okay.
Glare minimized. It is the evening of March the 3rd, 2022. The defendant, Kouri Richins, her husband, Eric Richens, and their 3 children, 9-year-old Carter, 7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston, are at their home in Camas. Eric Richens lived for his 3 boys. At 7:22 p.m., Kouri Richins' boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, texts Kouri Richins an image of 2 people romantically kissing. The image is captioned, "Love you." At 8:36, Kouri Richins replies, "Love you." The boys go to bed. Kouri Richins makes Eric a drink and takes it to him in their bedroom. He drinks on the bed. She departs the bedroom. Kouri Richins returns to the bedroom at about 3 o'clock a.m. She feels that Eric is cold. She nudges him. He does not respond. She sees that he is stiff and pale. His mouth is wide open. At 3:06 a.m., Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone. She takes She travels 243 feet beginning at 3:08 a.m. She unlocks her cell phone again at 3:10, 3:15, and twice at 3:19. At 3:21, Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone and calls 911. Paramedics respond, but they are unable to revive Eric. He has no pulse, he is cold. They pronounce him dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th, but they think he has been dead a while. My name again is Brad Bloodworth. I am one of Summit County's criminal prosecutors who, along with Lindsay Shervinack and Fred Burmester, will present to you the state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Kouri Richins for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. The state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richins, Kouri Richins attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery, she took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
Wow, a sidebar already. All right, I'm going to fast forward through the sidebar, but man, sidebar already. We're 5 minutes into it.
Weeks before attempting to murder Eric Richins, Kouri Richins took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life. And 2 weeks after Eric died, she submitted a fraudulent claim on yet another insurance policy. In this opening statement, I will summarize for you some of the evidence that the state will present over the next few days, perhaps weeks, so that you have a framework to assemble and analyze all of the evidence. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life. More than anything, she wanted his money to perpetuate her facade of privilege, affluence, and success. Kouri Richins owned a house flipping business. She would purchase, rehab, and resell homes. She presented herself to friends and business associates as remarkably successful. The evidence will prove that on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins owed over $4.5 million to over 20 different lenders. And she did not have the ability to service that debt because her bank accounts were exhausted and her credit was exhausted. She had been taking out new loans to include payday loans to service existing loans, but her new credit was drying up. In the 5 months leading to Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins overdrafted over 200 transactions, totaling over $300,000. And on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins was scheduled to close on an unfinished and derelict mansion in Midway, and thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt. She did not have the financial ability to service that debt, to rehab the mansion, or to hold on to it long enough to resell it. The mansion may appear impressive from a distance, but upon close inspection, it is just a facade. On the other hand, on the day that Eric died, his estate was worth over $4 million. And the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins believed she would inherit it all. She believed that she would inherit Eric's $2 million interest in a stonemasonry business, an interest that a prenuptial agreement prevented her from getting any part of if they divorced, but permitted her to get all of if Eric died while they were married. She believed that she would inherit the $1 million or so dollar home that they lived in, but that Eric owned separate and apart from her. And she believed that she would benefit from nearly $2 million in insurance on Eric's life, to include the $100,000 policy that she took out a few weeks before he died. Now, for Kouri Richins' fresh start at life motive. This motive overlaps with her money motive. She needed Eric Richins' money to get her fresh start at life. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was chronically unhappy in her marriage. She thought that having children would make her happier, but it did not. She consulted with a divorce attorney in the months leading up to Eric's death. 3 months before Eric's death, Kouri Richins booked a $4,000, 5-night, all-inclusive vacation for her and her boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, at the Secrets St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean. They were to check in the month after Eric died. Three weeks before Eric's death, 15 days before Eric's death, 1 day before the charge attempted murder, Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, "If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would? I just want to lay on the couch and cuddle you, watch a murder documentary and snuggle." Five days after the charged attempted murder and 11 days before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, "Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day. Not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I wake up. I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away. And you could just be here. Life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry." 9 days after the charged attempted murder, 1 week before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend, "I have a crazy dream. You quit your job. I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, Have a little farm? Deal? Just over 2 weeks after Eric Richens' death, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend a link to the secret St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean and asked, "Are we there yet?" One month and 5 days after Eric Richens' death, Kouri Richins texted, "I think I want you to be my husband one day." Now for the attempted murder charge. Carmen Lauber was a house cleaner who worked for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning company. She cleaned Kouri Richins' house. She knew Kouri Richins for nearly 9 years. Kouri Richins knew that Carmen Lauber had a criminal history involving drugs. The evidence will prove that on February the 11th, 2022, 3 days before the charged attempted murder, Carmen Lauber, at Kouri Richins' request, purchased illicit pills from a street drug dealer who was a friend of a friend. And she gave those pills to Kouri Richins. That street dealer's name is Robert Crozier, and he sold Carmen Lauber the pills at a draper in Maverick. 3 days later, on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner and left it for Eric Richins. She then departed Camas and met up with Josh Grossman an hour away. At 11:33 that morning, Eric texted Kouri Richins, "I'm gonna lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm gonna head to the hospital soon." Shortly thereafter, all activity on Eric's cell phone ceased for nearly 90 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Once activity resumed, Eric Richins called his 2 best friends. They sounded to him scared, somber, confused, bewildered. A few days after that, Kouri Richins asked Carmen Lauber if she could get something stronger. The evidence will prove that on February the 26th, 5 or 6 days before Eric's death, Carmen Lauber, again at Kouri Richins' request, purchased pills from the same street dealer at the same Maverick in Draper. And she left those pills at a home that Kouri Richins was just finishing up a rehab on. The evidence will prove that those illicit pills contained fentanyl. The autopsy and toxicology report shows that Eric Richens died of fentanyl poisoning. He had several times a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood and more in his stomach. And that extraordinary amount of fentanyl was intentional, not accidental. The evidence will prove that time and again, Kouri Richins tried to cover up her attempted murder and ultimate murder of Eric Richins. When confronted with Eric's reaction on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins text messaged her friend. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I were both working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to nap. No hives, no EpiPen. Kouri Richins was an hour away from Eric Richins with her boyfriend. Regarding the morning of Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins wrote in a notebook that she entered their room at 3:20 a.m. She saw that when she nudged Eric, nothing happened. She grabbed her phone and called 911. She first grabbed her phone at least 3:06 a.m. and delayed calling 911 at least 15 minutes. The evidence will also prove that Kouri Richins had a guilty conscience. The morning that Eric died, his family came over. Kouri Richins could not face her children or Eric's dad, Eric Richins. She didn't speak to him. A few days after Eric's death, Kouri Richins and her boyfriend, Josh, they drove into the Uintas and talked about Eric's death for the first time. Kouri Richins asked Josh, while serving in Iraq, did you ever kill anyone? When he responded, she asked, how did that make you feel? Along the lines of both cover-up and guilty conscience, Kouri Richins' text messages and other data from Kouri Richins' phone for the 2 months leading up to Eric Richins' death and a week or two after have all been deleted. Police seized that phone. She got a new phone. And on that new phone, there were the following internet searches. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone? How to completely wipe an iPhone clear remotely. How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely. On April the 13th, 2022, about 5 weeks after Eric Richins' death, detectives informed Kouri Richins that the autopsy and toxicology results show that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning. Thereafter, searches on her phone include if someone is poisoned, What does it go down on the death certificate as? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Women, Utah prison, luxury prisons for the rich in America. Almost a year after Eric Richens' death, when Kouri Richins knew the police were investigating her for his death, Kouri Richins published a children's book on how to deal with the loss of a parent. And she promoted that children's book on local television and local radio. The state will present to you this evidence and more through a series of fact witnesses, expert witnesses, documents, and Kouri Richins' own words. As you evaluate the evidence and you consider it and you weigh it, let me offer 4 recommendations. The first is the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richens, but also consider the evidence that proves that Eric Richens did not kill himself or die accidentally. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richens. But please consider the evidence that proves no one else did. Consider the evidence leading up to Eric Richens' death that proves that Kouri Richins murdered him, but also consider the evidence after Eric's death that also proves it. As you evaluate Kouri Richins' conduct, consider the evidence that proves that she richly values and trades on her perceived appearance, affluence, privilege, and success. Let me please highlight 2 of the judge's instructions that he just provided. The first is, stay focused on the evidence. What the attorneys say, how they say it, their voice inflection, none of that is evidence. Please stay focused on the evidence. Please take notes. As he said, you will probably only hear from a witness one time, and that is when the witness testifies. At the end of the trial, I'll stand back up here. And in closing argument, we will analyze the evidence. We will apply it to the elements that the judge instructed you on. And the state of Utah will ask you to find Kouri Darden Richins guilty of the aggravated murder of Eric Richens, the attempted aggravated murder of Eric Richens, 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. Back for a moment to the morning of March the 4th, 2022. It is 8:30. Medical examiners place Eric's body in a body bag onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home for the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Kouri Richins has not yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
Yes.
Tap it for me.
We need Katie to be connected.
She is.
Okay.
It's a black screen at the moment. Is that intentional?
Turn.
Katie, you ready to go? My apologies. One moment. My error.
What's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. My husband, I keep the light on. And he's not breathing? He's not breathing?
No.
I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing?
No.
Okay, can you do CPR?
No. I don't know how.
You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow. 6.5 hours before that terrible phone call, Eric and Kouri Richins were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. They were celebrating because Kouri was about to close on the biggest real estate deal that her company had ever done. She was about to close on something called the Midway Mansion. Slide 2, please. A sprawling, multi-million-dollar home in Midway that had been abandoned before construction was completed. And the plan was to fix it up just enough to resell it. In other words, repair the windows, make it look nice. There had been vandalism inside, clean it all out, get it ready to flip and sell. And the concept is to sell it for millions more than the bargain basement price they got, because it was just a dilapidated, falling apart, abandoned property. And the plan was to flip it for so much that she was going to make millions of dollars of profit, at least $2 million for her and for all of her investors. And Eric was a part of this. Eric had been out at the property that very day, the day that he died, spreading gravel to make it look nice for open houses, and so that it'd be ready as soon as they closed. These two had other things to celebrate on March 3rd besides this big deal that was going to make them a lot of money. One of the things they had to celebrate was that Eric's business was doing great. Can we have slide 3? Eric worked as a stonemason, and you're going to see, this is 2020. This isn't even the year before he died. So his income kept going up and up. But he declared to the IRS that he made over $750,000 that year. That was just in 1 year of what Eric was bringing in to their marriage and their family. They also lived in a beautiful home, slide 4. It was a beautiful home. They got married in that home. That home was half Kouri's. That's how it works in marriage. You get half of a home as soon as you live in it. They also had a 2-story garage that you can kind of see in that picture a little bit back from the house. And it was filled, slide 5. It was filled with exotic animals. Eric was a huge hunter. He went on trips all over the world. They had the kind of money that they were blessed with. He could travel to Africa and travel to Mexico, which he did 2 weeks before he died. He was in Mexico hunting an exotic sheep, actually. They had four-wheelers. They had lots of vehicles. They had snowmobiles and ATVs and ski equipment. They were very blessed. They had a lot to celebrate. They also had a wonderful family. Slide 6. The one thing that I don't think anybody in this courtroom is ever going to challenge, us included, is that Eric and Kouri adored their boys. They were their world. They were in that place that those of us who've had kids have all been in, where you spend your days driving them around to soccer and all their activities, and they're just the center of your world. And that's how both of these parents felt about their kids. They loved them a lot. And what's more important is that the boys adored their father, adored him. And Kouri knew that about her sons and about her family. Their marriage had survived through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. They'd gone through a really bad year where they both contemplated divorce, and they did what a lot of couples do. They went to marriage counseling, they worked it out, and they decided to stick it out, and they did. You're going to hear testimony from one of Eric's closest friends that in the few weeks before Eric died, he and Kouri were the happiest together that he'd ever seen them. And you're going to hear that from one of Eric's closest friends. Now, on March 3rd, Eric started sending excited texts before their celebration to Kouri, saying, hey, let's get together. Let's have some celebratory shots. Slide 7, please. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to read that. It's really small. But it basically says, you want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? That was Kouri saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited. He wants to celebrate about the big closing. When Eric got home the evening of March 3rd, after he'd been out at the property spreading the gravel, he got home and they all had dinner together as a family. Kouri's mom dropped by. They visited with her mom. Her mom had actually been out at the property the same day with a carpenter trying to get some bids and get it ready to start getting it fixed up. Kouri's mom left. They tucked their boys into bed. And around 9 o'clock, they decided to have their celebratory shot. A friend had given them a gift of some of those, I'm sure you guys have seen them, those copper Moscow Mule cups that you make like in breweries and in bars. And they decided to try out their new cups. So Kouri made what's called a Moscow Mule. And they also had a little shot, which is Eric's idea, of a little lemon drop. They had their drinks. They actually didn't finish them and set the cups in the sink at the house, right there. Around 9:30, they were getting ready to go to bed, and they heard one of the children who suffered from something called night terrors, where they scream out, they have nightmares. One of the children was crying out. So Kouri went to sleep with her son around 9:30 that night. You're going to hear the police. Kouri also told the police the day that they came to the house that she believed Eric might have had what we call a marijuana gummy You're going to hear Eric loved marijuana gummies. He used them a lot. And the police found a whole bunch of them in the house, in his things, in his clothes, in his closet. You know, he was a marijuana gummy user. Slide 8. These are all gummies that the police found in Eric's things. Some of them, you can tell, had commercial bags where he bought them from dispensaries. Some were in clear bags that he bought from somewhere else, the location unknown. So you take it down. So as they're getting ready to go to bed, you're going to hear that after Kouri left the room, Eric was on his phone, and he was talking to a friend named Scott Wagner. And you're going to hear that Scott Wagner talked to him at 10 o'clock that night. That when Scott Wagner talked to him, he did not sound drunk. He did not sound high. He did not sound like he was on fentanyl or anything else. That there was no sound of the wife or children in the background. That he was alert, that he was having a totally normal conversation with Scott. And this was at 10 p.m. Shortly after 10 p.m., you're going to hear, forgot to mention, when Kouri left the bedroom, she has always maintained from beginning to end that she left her phone in the room, in the charger next to her bed, which we all do at night. When we're about to go to bed, we charge our phones. Nothing unusual there. After 10 o'clock, around 10:30, so this is an hour after Kouri's left the bedroom and is in with her son, Kouri's phone is unlocked and moves just a few feet. Now you're going to hear Kouri's friends in this trial and some other people testify that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. And you can kind of see why he probably was doing that. Based on what you've already heard from the state. Maybe he had good reasons, but he checked her phone a lot. So we know he did that at about 10:30 because we have proof that the phone opened and closed. Moved a short distance, like maybe walking around the bedroom, and then closed again. And that is the last thing we know for sure that Eric did the night that he died. Sometime after that, we don't know exactly when Eric died. Slide 9. When Eric died, his Apple Watch was hanging on a charger, nice and neat. His phone was in a charger on the nightstand. He was lying in his underwear, like when you go to bed, and he was on his back on his side of the bed. So it appears pretty clear that Eric went to bed and fell asleep and died in his sleep. You're also going to hear, slide 10, that there was an empty pill bottle right next to him in his nightstand. And I want you to pay careful attention to this. The empty pill bottle expired in 2016. Made out to him for pain pills. That's going to become important later. Sometime after 3 a.m., Kouri wakes up and comes back into a dark bedroom. You're going to hear she unlocked her phone. Probably, we're not going to dispute the times that the state just mentioned. The phone gets unlocked shortly after 3 a.m., which is what time Kouri says from day one that she got up. She always tells the police, I got up at 3. The phone verifies that. The phone moved around the house a little bit. You're going to hear the distances in the house. There's going to be investigators that are going to tell you how many feet from the master bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen. They're going to tell you about how many feet are in that house if you're walking around the house. It appears clear she walked around the house just a little bit for a few minutes. And then the phone stops being active, which is indicative of being back in the charger, indicative of not moving anymore. And a few minutes later, you hear the 911 call that you guys just heard. So that gives her enough time to crawl into the bed, touch her husband, and realize he's cold. Just about 3 minutes. That's all it took. And she picks her phone up, calls 911. You're going to see that the phone records prove all of this. At that time, I believe everyone's going to agree, and I think the state even admitted it in their opening, That's pretty clear he'd been dead for several hours. And you're going to actually see a photo when we pass, our blood pools in the position that we lay in. It's not circulating anymore because our heart's not working. And you're going to see a picture of his back. And you're going to see that the blood he had been dead long enough for the blood to pool on his back because he was laying on his back. So that usually indicates he'd been dead for several hours, and the medical examiner is going to tell you that. So those 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen, between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m., somewhere in that time, Eric Richens died. Somewhere in that time, he ingested a fatal dose of fentanyl. What you will never hear after 4 years of investigation, where as recently as 2 weeks ago, they were back searching that house. After 4 years of investigation and 5 weeks of this trial, you know what you're never going to hear? Is how that fentanyl got inside of him. Because there is zero evidence of that. To this day, slide 11, please. You're going to see that his death certificate, oh, that's the wrong thing, Katie. Just take it down. Sorry about that. That's the wrong thing. His death certificate reads that the manner of his death is still unknown to this day. You're going to hear testimony that a medical examiner has the ability to declare the manner of someone's death. It can be homicide, it can be suicide, it can be accidental overdose, it can be murder, it can be anything. To this day, the medical examiner, the professional that's the head of declaring how people die in the state of Utah, has never been able to determine the manner of Eric Richens' death. Now, you're going to hear first responders and law enforcement tell you that no fentanyl was found in the bedroom the night of his death. But you're also going to hear them that they didn't search for it. You know, we've all seen the TV shows, the crime shows. What do you do if there's a murder, right? If you think there's a murder, tape it off. No one gets in or out. It becomes a crime scene. You search everything. You search the closet. You search the bathroom. You search the vehicles. You search the house. You search the office. They didn't do that. All kinds of friends and family, and you're going to see video of all the people that were in the house that day. There was no restrictions on anybody. And guess what was sitting in the sink? The cups. They were sitting there. They were never taken. They were never tested. Nothing. The nanny ended up putting them in the dishwasher the next morning, and they still had fluid in them. You're going to hear the day after Eric died, not day after, day of, they started interviewing Kouri over and over and over again about what happened that night. You're going to hear for yourselves that her explanation of what happened that night has never changed from that call you just listened to. As far as the timing, as far as what happened, never. Law enforcement secretly recorded her phone conversations for over a year after this incident. 2 years later, listening in to her conversations with her family to see if her story about what happened that night ever altered, ever changed. You're going to hear it never changed. You're going to hear that before Eric's body was even taken out of their bedroom, Kouri was told the body was going to a morgue for an autopsy. So within an hour of the cops getting there, she knew there was going to be an autopsy of his body. And what happens when you have an autopsy? You figure out how someone died. That's what doctors do. They test your blood. They test your bodily tissues. So she knew that. But did she tell the police or the medical responders or the EMS, hey guys, you might want to check for fentanyl? My husband used it all the time. Did she do that? Because with one sentence, she could have taken all suspicion off her and made this about a drug overdose. But she didn't. As a matter of fact, she could have staged a whole drug overdose scene with fentanyl pills on his stomach and everything all over the place and say, gosh, I tried to get him in rehab for years and I couldn't. But she didn't. And you know why? Because she told her truth. She told her truth over and over again, and it's exactly what she told that 911 operator that you just heard and you're going to hear over and over in trial. I don't know what happened. Now you're going to hear that Eric Richens' family simply could not accept that. They needed someone or something to blame for losing someone they loved that wasn't Eric himself. And that's totally understandable. No family ever wants to believe that behind closed doors, someone they love is using drugs. No one wants to believe that. But the family's need to make sense of Eric's death went way beyond what you would expect a normal grieving family to go through. You will hear that as the detective arrived at the house, Eric's sisters spoke with the detective in the driveway. This is before anyone in the house knows how Eric died. If he had a heart attack, if he had an aneurysm, a lot of people were talking about aneurysms at the scene, and you're going to hear that. Nobody knew yet how he died. The sisters were telling the police, Kouri probably did this. Kouri probably did this. Day one. His sister Katie tells the police, and you're going to hear her testify about this, that Kouri had recently found out that Eric had put all their assets in a trust, and that Katie was in charge of the trust. She's going to say, I'm in charge, and that Kouri didn't like that. She told that to the police at the scene. So Kouri already knew before Eric ever died that his assets were protected in a trust and didn't automatically come to her if he died, that there were legal things you had to go through. You're going to hear that it didn't stop there. The Richens family hired a private investigator, and you're going to see how much they paid that private investigator, and it's almost $100,000. And they paid that investigator to spend every waking minute digging up as much dirt as he possibly could on Kouri Richins to try to implicate her in Eric's death. Even though the state already had all the evidence from the scene that night that would show what happened in those 6 hours, right? The investigator goes looking for skeletons in the closet. And boy, did he find some. You're going to hear that after an exhaustive private investigation into every single thing about Kouri Richins' life, he uncovered plenty of things that I'm quite sure she's not proud of. She's not a perfect person. She's a flawed person. I would submit we all are. But the prosecutor just turned some of her most intimate, personal correspondence into entertainment with bubbles and slides. And they're going to continue to assassinate her character throughout this trial, so get ready. The judge has instructed you not to prejudge this case and to wait until you hear all of the evidence before you make up your mind. So let me assure you, no marriage is what it appears on the surface. What happens when we close our bedroom door is very private and is not always known by family or friends. And I think you're going to learn a lot about Kouri and Eric's relationship in this trial, and I would ask you to wait before you go rush to judgment like they have about her sexual morality, her personal decisions, about her marriage, and about her family. The prosecution is going to spend days and weeks telling you all about arguments Kouri's had with her husband in years past. Problems in their marriage, yeah, they had them. Disagreements, infidelities, ups and downs in their marriage, all true. They're also going to tell you all about Kouri's business. They tore it apart. They examined every bank account, every real estate deal she ever did, her taxes, when she made money, when she lost money, if she paid her taxes on time, if she bounced checks, if she borrowed too much, if she didn't borrow enough, if she borrowed wisely, if she was too risky in her business. You're going to hear all of that. None of that has anything to do with those 6 hours, but you're going to sit through it and you're going to listen to all of it. And you're going to hear testimony about her most intimate personal and business affairs going back years before Eric died. The family and the private investigator even became convinced that Kouri had tried to kill Eric before, on Valentine's Day, when he had an allergic reaction to a sandwich. drank some Benadryl, may or may not have taken an EpiPen shot, took a 2-hour nap, and then drove his kids to soccer. That's the evidence you're going to hear about Valentine's Day. You're going to hear that he had discussed with Kouri that he was going to drive the kids to soccer. So they're asking you to believe that she secretly put narcotics in her husband's food right before he's going to drive the 3 things that matter the most to her in the world to soccer. You're going to hear that that this incident wasn't even a blip to Eric. He had a professional allergy doctor that he saw very shortly after this incident. He never even brought this up. Never even talked about it with his doctor. You're going to hear that he laughed about it with one of Kouri's friends who visited shortly after. He thought it was funny. Interestingly, you're also going to hear that people who use oxycodone or hydrocodone, like that bottle said, also tend to have allergic reactions. They can have very similar symptoms if you use pain pills to the symptoms described of what Eric experienced on Valentine's Day. Here's what you're not going to see in this trial. You're not going to see one single bit of evidence showing what was in that sandwich, if he went to a doctor, if he had any tests run, because he didn't. No evidence at all. Now, the family's investigator regularly updated law enforcement on his investigation. He sent them everything he found. He sent them witnesses to interview. He sent them interviews he did of the witnesses first. You're going to hear this very same private investigator took Eric's computer before the police got it and had it for a long time in his possession, looking through all of Eric's computer. You're also going to hear Eric's family went and hired experts. They hired experts in toxicology, in finances, in handwriting analysis, paid them all a bunch of money. And now those same people that the family hired are going to appear here as witnesses for the state to testify against Kouri. You're going to hear that the family had constant communications with the prosecution team right up until they decided to charge Kouri a year later. Now, as you've already heard from this prosecutor, they're going to spend weeks in this trial trying to convince you that Kouri had reasons to kill her husband, because they can't show you that she did kill her husband. You're not going to hear a single one of Eric's family, Kouri's investors, Kouri's friends, her lover, her accountant, her broker, her lawyer, her marriage counselor, her accountants, her husband's friends, her husband's co-workers. Not one of those people is ever going to be able to tell you what happened in those 6 hours. Not one of them. You're going to hear me ask each one of them in this trial, do you know whether or not Eric Richens knowingly ingested fentanyl? Do you know whether he accidentally ingested fentanyl thinking he was taking another kind of pill and it had fentanyl in it, and he took it and accidentally ingested it? Do you know whether he mixed fentanyl with alcohol after Kouri went to sleep? The answer every single time from every single one of these witnesses is going to be no. Now here's what you will hear. You will hear that Eric suffered from pain a lot. That he suffered from knee and back pain related to his work. He did hard work. He was a stonemason, lifting heavy stones, and he also was a huge outdoorsman. He was hiking, snowmobiling, skiing, hunting, and he had pain in his back and his knees from that kind of activity. He also had been diagnosed with Lyme disease. He believed he had it, and he claimed to people that were very close to him that he suffered with intense bouts of pain that he believed was related to Lyme disease. But this is a man's man, this guy. He's a hunter. He's a macho guy, right? He didn't want to show weakness. He didn't want people to know he was suffering. He didn't share that with a lot of people. You're going to hear that Eric was so dependent on the drugs like the gummies that gave him relief from his pain that he would even take it and smuggle it in his luggage when he went on trips out of the country and out of the continental United States when you got to go through TSA. That's how much he needed that relief. Now you're going to hear on one of the calls that they were recording when Kouri was talking to her family, she tells her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. She purchased them from a woman named Carmen that she knew who cleaned her properties for her. And she knew Carmen had access to people that had drugs. You will hear that she asked Carmen to get oxycodone. Oxycodone, which is very similar to the hydrocodone that you saw in that pill bottle right there.
Your Honors, apologize. May we approach?
Over the next it's going to happen a lot over the next 5 weeks, so get ready. You're going to hear that oxycodone is a fairly low-dose pain pill that you can get prescriptions for. Most prescriptions for oxycodone are around the range of about 10 milligrams per pill. That's about, if your doctor gives you oxycodone, that's about what you usually get it for. If you want stronger oxycodone, like up to 30 milligrams, you generally either have to have a special prescription from a doctor or you're going to hear that you can get it on the street, right? And the state has talked about this gentleman, Robert Crozier. Robert Crozier sold higher strength oxys, up to 30 milligrams. He's going to testify that back in 2022, before Eric died, that's all he sold was oxy. That he didn't sell fentanyl at that time. It hadn't really got into the country yet, like it is now, right, where it's everywhere. It hadn't really happened yet. He was just selling oxys, and he sold the stronger dose. So you're going to hear and you're going to see evidence that Kouri asked Carmen for something stronger, and that Carmen, you're going to hear from Mr. Crozier, purchased 30 milligram oxys from Crozier. Crozier's going to say that is what he sold Carmen Lauber, was 30 milligram oxy pills. You're also going to hear that in Eric's autopsy, there's no oxy in his system. So the pills that were purchased by Carmen Lauber could not have been the cause of Eric's death. The fentanyl had to come from somewhere else. You're going to hear Carmen testify now that Kouri asked her for fentanyl. But what you're going to hear is that that was not Carmen's original story. That when Carmen was originally interviewed, she said no mention of fentanyl. It was all about oxy. There was no fentanyl. Carmen talks like she doesn't even know what fentanyl is, right? Guess when she changes her testimony? She changes her testimony when the police say, hey, you know what? We caught you. We caught you with drugs. We caught you with guns. And if you don't say what we want you to say, you're going to jail for a really, really long time. Federal and state. But we're going to give you a ticket. We're going to give you a free ticket to get out of all the trouble you're in. But you got to say Kouri said fentanyl. And she changes her story. You're going to get to evaluate her credibility and what you think of her. You're going to hear that just a few weeks before Eric died, guess where he was? Mexico. Guess where the fentanyl comes into this country from? Mexico. Now, after you've listened to all the evidence in this case, after you've looked at all the exhibits, you're going to be asked to determine what happened in that 6 hours. Not the 3 years before, not the 2 years before, not the 1 year before. In those 6 hours, you're going to have to decide if Kouri Richins intentionally and knowingly poisoned secretly her husband, ending the life of the father of her kids, knowing that she was going to cause those little boys to feel pain every day for the rest of their life for the loss of their father. And that she did it for money. And that she did it for money that was less than what she was about to make on one of her own deals. For way less than what Eric Richens would have earned over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Way less than you knew she was guaranteed to get because she knew about the existence of the trust. She knew there's no guarantee on the assets or the home, right? Finally, you're going to be asked to determine whether or not the sandwich incident was an attempt to commit a murder. That's going to be an easy one for you. You're going to be asked to whether she lied to the life insurance companies, and I presume the state's going to argue that the lie was that she didn't cause his death. Because if you cause someone's death, you can't get the life insurance. So I guess that's what they're saying the fraud is. And then there's a little flyer that she got in the mail, that we've all gotten in the mail, that if you're a credit union member, about once or twice a year you get this little thing in the mail that says, hey, we'll give you $100,000 free life insurance, just sign here because we are so glad you're a credit union member. And so she signed that a little while before Eric died for $100,000. $100,000. That's, Eric Richens made that in 2 months, right? 3 months. And they're saying she forged his name on that little flyer when she mailed it in. In order to prove that, they have to prove that Eric didn't allow her to do it. Now, I'm telling you right now, wives everywhere sign their husbands' names on a lot of things. You've got to find that she did it without his knowledge, and I don't know how they're going to prove that. Now, there is one piece of good news as you evaluate this evidence and the facts in this case. There is some good news for you. There are going to be a lot of facts that we actually agree on, that we're not even going to challenge. We're just going to be like, yeah, that happened. Hopefully that's going to help the case move a little faster for you guys. But interestingly, even though we're not going to dispute the facts, we sure are going to dispute what the facts mean. Sometimes you can look at the same facts and see two very different results. Let me show you what I mean. Katie, can you put up slide 12?
Is it up on your screen, Katie? 1 second, please.
The judge has to give us the pass to get into the screen.
This happens from time to time. Okay. Brittany. Katie, do me a favor. Disconnect from table 1. Plug back in. Okay, 1 moment.
There it is. So look at this picture of a young woman in a fur coat. See it? Now look again. You see a witch? Nose, mouth. There's going to be times in this case where the state is going to discuss facts with certain witnesses, and they're going to show you the witch. And I'm going to take those same facts and those same witnesses, and I'm going to show you a widow. At the end of the trial, if you can still see both faces, that's reasonable doubt. The judge has instructed you that the burden of proof in this case lies with this table. Katie, can you put up slide 13? Can you make it a little bigger, please? The law presumes the defendant is not guilty of the crime charge. She's innocent right now, and you have to accept that to do your job. The presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Katie, can you put up slide 14? This burden, this is a heavy burden for the state. We know that. And our Constitution gives them that burden. Our Constitution, that same Constitution, promises Kouri Richins a fair trial by a jury of her peers, and that's you, her fellow citizens, who took an oath to swear that you will stand between Kouri and the government and make them meet their duty before they can get through you. And they've got to meet it by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. More powerful than just more likely or not that she did it. It has to be firmly
convincing you. There are very few things we know with absolute certainty. The criminal case doesn't require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. But if you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. And that's the burden that's on your table. When you go back into that jury room, that's going to be on y'all's table. We're asking you to be courageous, to pay attention, to stand strong, and to hold the government to that burden that's on their table. Hold them to it. And at the end of this case, you will see Kouri Richins is innocent. She is counting on you to do your job. And the only proper verdict to return in this case, which we are going to ask you to return at the end of this case, is to find her not guilty on all charges. Thank you.
All right, let's let you stretch your legs, take a restroom break. All rise for the jury. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we take a restroom break?
No, Your Honor, maybe just a reminder to those that are subject to the exclusionary rule to, I guess, not return.
Let's have some clarity about that. I appreciate that.
Want me to do it? So, Your Honor, just to let the family know, so DJ and Ronnie cannot sit in for the trial. Miss Doreen can. We will let you know when you need to step out. And any other family members, Lisa can stay for the trial, and any other people can stay because there's no other witnesses we expect.
And I want to make clear to DJ and Ronnie, the fact that you can't be in the courtroom is the functional equivalent of an order that you cannot listen to the testimony or talk to anybody about it. So you cannot watch the live stream. You can't read reports or listen to it. You are ordered to not be exposed to the testimony in this case.
Also, Your Honor, I failed to mention Bree Darden. I don't think she's planning on coming. She has a newborn. She's not going to be up here anyway, but just in case she thought about coming, Bree cannot sit in on the trial, okay? That's it.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any clarification there, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor. An additional issue, though. The jury oath. You referenced the jury oath. That was...
They get two.
I was going to say, I haven't... Right. Did we have the second one yet?
The second one is the one you heard. The first one is the one that was given to them before they were asked any questions by the jury team.
I understand, Your Honor. Thank you. That second one just didn't sound like the normal second one, so maybe I'm a little thrown.
Check with Ms. Shervanek. Let me know if you think there's any...
I got my whole team telling me that was the wrong one.
I pulled it out of their proposed jury instructions.
No. I think he's talking about what Brittany read to them.
What Brittany read to the
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Did you
I thought it
use
was
the
about
one
the
at the
jury
end?
instructions.
I think it's the same one. Yeah.
And listen to what she said.
Do each of you solemnly swear to truly try the issues pending between the plaintiff and the defendant and render a true and just verdict according to the evidence and the instructions of the court?
That's right. What's wrong with it? It's not what she said. What was read?
What did you read?
It sounded to me like the witness of. It was the witness of.
Oh, that's the one before there.
That is the wrong one.
That's the wrong one. That's okay. We can fix it.
We'll re-swear them.
Yeah, no problem.
Arguments aren't evidence anyway.
Good catch. No problem. That's the one they get before the voir dire. That's okay. I will fix it when they come back in. Thank you for the catch. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos?
No, sir.
All right,
Nothing.
folks, let's say 10:35. Thank you for your patience.
All right, for the judge.
Court's in recess. The
Yes.
jury and the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll swear at the
Yes.
jury, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for the jury.
That could have been a problem. That could have been a problem.
raise your right hands for me? Let's try this one more time. Do each of you solemnly swear to truly try the issues pending between the plaintiff and the defendant and render a true and just verdict according to the evidence and the instructions of the court? All right, thank you. Have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Nyen Richens.
Gene, if we can have you step up in front of Brittany.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you, sir. Please watch your step.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I ask you, sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic than it is the chair, candidly. So
I kind of noticed that.
Okay, go ahead.
What, sir, is your name?
Eugene F. Richens.
And do you spell your last name Richins?
Yes, I do.
Did you know Eric Richens?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Eric is my son.
Scott, can I get 842 Romeo?
Just in terms of events, do you want to show it to him first and then publish?
Your Honor, I think if perhaps we could show it to everybody but the jury.
Done.
Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Who does it depict?
This is my son.
Is it an accurate depiction of him?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 842R.
No objection.
842R is admitted.
Can the court please publish it?
There we go.
Sir, how old was Eric when he died?
He was 39.
Do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
She was the wife of my son.
Do you see her here today?
I do.
Can you please point out where and describe her?
Right here with a black blazer on.
Did you raise Eric?
I did. And my wife also. Both of us did.
What, sir, was your wife's name?
Linda Carter Richens.
Were you actively involved with him as a child?
I was, very much so.
How so?
Well, as I was raised and as I tried to raise my children as family's number one, so we did everything together as a family. Education was extremely important for us as a family, as was a strong work ethic, as was religion. So those were kind of my top priorities of how we raised our children.
And in raising your children, especially Eric, what kind of activities did you engage in?
Eric was very, very into the outdoors, very athletic young man. He was also a very, very good student, very smart young man. We did a lot of things. I have a cattle operation, a cattle ranch that he helped with constantly from the time all the kids were extremely young. In my opinion, that's what gave him the work ethic of what they have right now to be successful.
Were you also involved in his life as an adult?
I was.
How often would you see him?
See him or talk to him?
But both, actually, if you could take them in turn, please.
You bet. I'd see him at least once, twice, 3 times a week. I'd talk to him every day on the phone.
And where would you generally see him?
Ball games, one of the kids' ball games, at the ranch, basically all over the place.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric had a very, very fun-loving personality. He had a very likable personality. He loved people, and people loved him.
You mentioned that you raised him to have a strong work ethic, be grounded in family, and to do well in school. Did you see those qualities in him as an adult?
I did. I was very, very proud of him.
Did you get to interact with, or I guess observe Eric interact with his three boys?
I did, constantly.
Can you give us some examples, please?
Eric was their coach, but their father, but most important was their very, very best friend. He coached soccer. We both coached basketball. We both coached baseball with him. So we were constantly involved in all their activities.
Did he bring the boys to your ranch?
Constantly, yes. They were. The oldest one loves to rope, so that was his thing in life, and liked to rope, and the other ones loved to just ride four-wheelers or whatever it may be.
Was Eric a good father?
Eric was an excellent father.
Were you and Eric working on any future plans together when he died?
We were. We were going to buy a cabin together up in the Nyenes. And then, believe it or not, I'm getting older, and I would like to retire someday from ranching, and I'm trying to put it into him and his other siblings' laps.
Did there come a time in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022, when you received a phone call about Eric?
I did, yes.
Who called you?
Kouri did.
What did she tell you?
She said that Eric wasn't breathing.
Where, sir, were you when you received that call?
I was at my home.
Is that the ranch?
Yes.
Is it in Hennifer?
It is.
What did you do next?
I got over there as quickly as I could.
And by over there, do you mean Eric's house?
I did, yes.
And is that in Camas, Summit County?
Yes, Francis. Mm-hmm.
Francis? Do you recall about what time you arrived at Eric's house?
I would say that 4:15, 4:30, right through that.
Who was there when you arrived?
My daughter Katie was there. Kouri was there. The first responders were there. Kouri's mother Lisa was there. My son-in-law Clint was there. And my two granddaughters were there, as the three boys were there.
About how long were you there that morning?
Oh, approximately to 10:30, I believe.
During that morning, what, if anything, did Kouri Richins say to you?
I don't recall her saying much of anything to me.
Did she?
When I came in and my daughter Katie told me that Eric was gone, they helped me onto the couch, and I don't ever recall of even talking to Kouri, to be quite honest with you.
Did there come a time later when Kouri Richins told you what caused Eric's death?
There was. I can't tell you the exact date, but it was between Eric's funeral and when the medical examiner had declared what he had passed away of. And she called me and said that she had just talked to the medical examiner, and they had determined that he died of the same thing Linda did, and COVID.
And Linda was your wife, right?
Linda was my wife, yes.
What, sir, caused your wife's death?
She had an issue with fungus in her lungs.
What, if anything, struck you about Kouri Richins telling you that Eric died of the same thing that his mother did?
Well, right after I finished talking with Kouri, I called my daughter, Katie, who in turn called the medical examiner, and they had never received a call from Kouri.
Your Honor.
We're going to admit this answer only for the effect that it had upon Mr. Richens to explain what he did or didn't do next. You cannot consider it for the truth of what he's about to say.
Please, sir, continue.
Help me again.
Sure.
Where were we?
What, if anything, struck you about Kouri Richins telling you that Eric died of the same thing that Linda died of?
Well, as I said, I called my daughter, Katie. Katie, in turn, called the medical examiner, and they had never received a call from Kouri. They had not even released the results from it yet.
Renew the objection and move to strike, Your Honor.
Same instruction. That answer only explains what comes next in terms of what Gene did or didn't do. May I call you Gene? I'm so sorry.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Please.
Not for the truth of whether those things that he just described actually happened.
Sir, were you with your wife as she was battling the lung fungus?
I was.
Did Eric Richins suffer from the same symptoms that your wife did?
No, not at all.
Sir, I need to take care of some business now regarding some handwriting samples, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
It's the collection. Your Honor, I'm handing the witness Exhibit 8-49, which is a collection of handwriting exemplars. Mr. Richens, can you please turn to tab 14?
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize the documents at tab 14?
I do.
Are they labeled K14?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are they receipts from Weller Recreation Center?
Yes.
Did you pick up those receipts from Weller Recreation Center?
I did.
Did you then hand those receipts to your daughter, Katie Benson?
I'm sure I did, yes.
Thank you. Can I retrieve that? Sir, I don't have any additional questions at this time, but the defense may, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Sir, we're very sorry for your loss, and we have no questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
Gene, you can step down. Do you mind taking that glass of water with you?
Might need another one.
Fair enough. Mr. Blow.
Your Honor, the state calls Katie Richins Benson.
I think she's in the lobby, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's good.
Ms. Richens Benson, hi. If you'd step in front of Brittany, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Feel free to move that chair wherever you're comfortable. You can also move the mic.
Okay,
There you go.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What is your name?
Katie Richins Benson.
And is your last name spelled Richins-Benson?
You got it.
Okay. I'm going to stand here because I would like you to address the jury. And I'm hoping that if I stand close to the jury, if you mistakenly shift to me, you're still addressing them.
Okay.
Do you know Eric Richens?
Yes, he was my brother.
Did you grow up with him?
Yes, yes. We were only 2 years apart, so we were inseparable.
What was your relationship like as you grew up together?
So we did everything together. We went to school together. We worked on a ranch. So we have a family ranch that's been passed down for generations. We worked on the ranch together. We fished. We hiked. We did everything together.
How has that relationship continued into adulthood?
So my brother and I were very close. We talked constantly. We spent holidays together. We had our families together. So our kids are very close in age. We did lots of activities with our kids together. Like I said, we had them on the ranch all the time together. Talked on the phone almost daily.
What was Eric's personality like as an adult?
Eric was one of the most likable people. I'm sorry, guys. Okay.
There are tissues if you'd like.
Okay. So, he was one of... Sorry, I'm trying so hard not to cry. He was one of the most likable people you've ever met. So, Eric was the kind of person that loved everyone. It did not matter who you were, where you came from, where he met you. Everyone thought they were his best friend. If you talked to him, they all said, "I'm Eric's best friend," because that's the way Eric made you feel. He was upbeat. He was positive. He literally would give a stranger he met on the side of the road his jacket, anything to help anyone out. That's the kind of person he was.
What did he like to do? How did he spend his time?
So, the number one thing that Eric loved was his kids. So he would do anything for his boys. He was the best dad you would ever see. He was a phenomenal uncle. If there were kids involved, he was there. He would show up. So whether it be soccer games, so he coached my nephew's soccer, and he was the dad that coached, that went and got all the signs that were special, so he'd get there before the soccer games, put all the signs up so the kids had their team name everywhere. He also was adamant about making sure they learned how to work. So my parents were very focused on teaching us how to work, to have that strong work ethic. So he had his kids on the ranch, teaching them how to work. He loved the outdoors. He loved to play sports. Anything that revolved around his family, the outdoors, is what my brother loved.
Did he plan for his children's future?
Yes. So there's not a waking moment that my brother was not focused on his kids. So he had money set aside every single month to go into a fund so that by the time the kids got to college, they could pay for their college and hopefully have some left over for like a down payment on a house or something like that. He had every aspect planned. This is the kind of dad Eric was. So I told you we have a ranch. I love horses. My brother did too, but not quite as much as me. He liked ATVs a little bit better. So his oldest son, Carter, loved horses from the day he was born. He and I share that. So Eric tried to get Carter with me as much as possible on the horse because that's what Carter loved. I would ride the horse with my little nephew in front of me, and my brother would be to the side of me with an ATV with food, snacks, anything that Carter needed. He would have it right there so that Carter didn't have to get off the horse because he wanted Carter to be able to do whatever he wanted. And if Carter would fall asleep, which he would sometimes, Eric would take him into the side-by-side, hold him until he woke up, bring him right back up to me, put him back on the horse, and let him go the rest of the day.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes. So my brother and I are very close. And so when he was an adult, he played sports all growing up. But when he was an adult, he liked to play adult softball. He did get hit a few times. He got hit by a ball, and these games would go to like midnight, 1 o'clock. He would call me at 1 o'clock in the morning if he got hit to tell me my leg hurts. I don't know if something happened, if it is broken a little bit, if it's just bruised, and I would answer the phone no matter what time it was and say, hey, do you need me to come get you? What can I do to help you? And he'd be like, oh, I think I can toughen it out. I'll call you in the morning and let you know. But honestly, it didn't matter if he was in another country. He called me from other countries to tell me he didn't feel well. So if his mental or physical well-being was ever in question, he would call me.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use an over-the-counter drug?
The only thing I've ever seen him use is Advil.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
No. Growing up, my mom was a drug and alcohol counselor. She taught us the dangers of those and really ingrained that in us.
Were you and Eric working on any future plans when he died?
Yes. So we were planning a trip to Disneyland that year to take our kids. He also has a child. His middle child, Ashton, is extraordinary in math. We were finding programs to get Ashton enrolled in that summer for coding so that we could kind of harness that math. He was only 7 at the time, but he's just outstanding. So we had just barely gone to the zoo together. We kind of just planned our lives together. We talked all the time.
Are you familiar with the home that Eric lived in when he died?
Yes, I owned it and I sold it to my brother.
Scott, if you can bring up 1-1, please, for Your Honor, for everybody but the jury. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that the home that you
Yes.
sold to Eric and he lived in?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of that home?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 1-1.
No objection.
1-1 is admitted. Bear with me. There you go.
Where, Ms. Richens Benson, is that home located?
That is in Francis, Utah.
And is it, it looks like it's on a cul-de-sac. Is it on a cul-de-sac?
Correct. It's on a cul-de-sac.
When did you sell him the home?
In the latter part of 2012.
Had you been to the home regularly between then and when Eric died?
Yes.
Do you know how many homes are on that cul-de-sac today?
So on that cul-de-sac, there's 7 homes with driveways that go into that road and cul-de-sac.
And do you know how many homes and roads were, homes and driveways were on that cul-de-sac in 2019?
Yeah, all the homes were built out by 2016.
Thanks, Scott. Scott, can you bring up 4-1? Can you scroll through it, please? Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is my brother's prenuptial agreement with Kouri.
And how do you recognize it?
I saw it the day they signed it. So on the day of his wedding is when they both signed it, and I read through it with him on the day of his wedding.
Your Honor, state moves to admit 4-1.
No objection.
4-1's admitted.
I'm going to leave it up there just for a minute for the jury, but I'm going to come back to that with them later. I'm not going to discuss that with you, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, Scott. I would like to turn now to the morning that Eric died. Did there come a time in the early morning of March 4th, 2022, that you received a phone call about Eric?
Yes, it was early in the morning.
Who called you?
My dad did.
What did he say?
It's not easy. He was screaming and crying and said, "Eric's not breathing, Eric's not breathing."
Where were you when you received that call?
So, my daughter was sick. She was only 3 at the time, and she'd just thrown up. I had taken her out of her room and brought her into my room, and I had just set her on the bed, and my husband had gone into the room to check on my other daughter that was a little bit older to make sure she was okay. I had just set her on the bed, and I had my phone with me. I set it on the bed, and I saw my dad calling, and I picked up and said, "Dad, how did you know I was up with my sick little girl?" And he started, whew. That's when he said, "Eric's not breathing, Eric's not breathing." I screamed. I fell to the floor. My husband heard me and came running in, and I was screaming, "He's not breathing." My husband thought that it was my daughter since she had just thrown up. So he ran over to her and said, "She's okay, Katie, she's okay." And I said, "No, it's Eric." And so I picked up my daughter that was right there. My husband went and got my other baby out of bed, and we ran out of the house.
Did you go to Eric's house?
Yeah, we went straight to my brother's house.
Who was there when you arrived?
Sorry, guys. worst in my life. I'm sorry. When I got there was a bunch of emergency personnel, police officers, and Kouri and her mom, Lisa, were there.
Did you see the boys?
That was one of the first things I did, was try to find my nephews. They were in Ashton's room. I don't know how to orient you guys to the house. So as you walk in, Carter's room was to the right, and then you walk down a hall, and Ashton's room was the first room on the left, then it was Weston's room, then a bathroom, and then my brother's room. So the boys were located in Ashton's room. So there were police everywhere, there was EMS. I didn't know everything that was going on, but I didn't want the boys right there where everyone was. There's police right outside their door. So I went and got them and took them upstairs. So in my brother's house, you go up some stairs, and over the garage, there's a bonus room. And they had everything in there. They had a TV, a Nintendo, all their toys in there. So I took them up there because I didn't want them by all the hustle and bustle of all the police and everything. So I took them up there, got them situated, then ran outside to my car to get my husband and my two daughters so that my husband could watch the boys and make sure that they were okay.
We'll talk more about the boys that day.
Okay.
Were you able to observe Kouri Richins that morning?
Yes, I did.
When you walked into the home, what were your immediate observations of her?
So like I had told you, we had gone on plenty of family vacations together. Kouri had been on the family vacations with us. I walked in, I kind of flung through the door, and I saw Kouri standing on the other side of the staircase. She just shook her head at me. Sorry guys, bear with me, I apologize. And I knew right then my brother was gone. And I fell to the floor. She stayed over there. I observed that she was not how she normally was when we would go on overnights. She was very well put together. She had a matching pajama-esque outfit on. Her hair was all done up. She wasn't crying like I was. She wasn't hysterical. Just stood there and shook her head no at me.
What, if anything, did you observe about Kouri Richins' interactions that morning with her boys?
There weren't any until later in the morning. So, like I told you, my husband stayed up with the boys. I went up and down. My sister came up and down. A few people came up and down to check on the boys. I did not see her go up and check on the boys. And I repeatedly asked her, when can we tell the boys? I think we need to tell the boys. I kept coming down saying, I think the boys need to know. It wasn't until they wheeled my brother's body out, and I stood by the stairs, at the top of the stairs, to make sure my nephews didn't come out to see, because we didn't want it to see, and my husband was in the room with them. So they wheeled my brother's body out. My husband did his best. My daughter was throwing up, and he was trying to block it from the boys so that they didn't see my brother being wheeled out. The boys did see my brother being wheeled out. My husband came out and told me that they were upset. And so we walked down and talked to Lisa, Kouri's mom, and Kouri again, and I said, the boys are really upset. They just saw Eric wheeled out. I think we need to tell them. And Lisa said, I guess we better. And Kouri said, yep, bring him down. So then we brought him down, and that's the first I saw her interact with him.
Were you there when Kouri Richins told her sons that their father had died?
Yes, so my husband and I brought the kids down. We're sitting on a couch, and in my brother's living room, they have a couch that kind of goes like this, like kind of curves around. So my husband was sitting on the edge with our daughters. I was sitting next to them. Weston, my brother's youngest, that was 5 at the time, was sitting in between me and Kouri. Kouri was on the other side, and then the other 2 boys were in front of us.
And what did she say?
She let them know that their dad would not be coming back, that he was gone.
Just like that?
Yes, to my recollection.
Did there come a time shortly after that when she spoke alone with her middle son, Ashton?
Yeah, so right after she told the kids, Ashton got upset and went to his room. So his room was that room that they had been in. I went and checked on Ashton multiple times, and he was, I remember him on his bed. He was on his bed with his covers pulled up, and I sat on the bed and I tried to console him, but he wanted his mom. I tried so hard to console him, but he wanted his mom. So I came out and told Kouri that Ashton was very upset and I thought she should go in. It took me a couple times of coming out to tell her, and I finally came out and I said, Kouri, I'm not his mom. I'm not his dad. He just lost his dad. He's very upset. I cannot console him. Can you please come in and talk to him? So she came into the room to talk to him. He got out of bed and ran to her. So they met kind of in the middle of the room. They held on to each other and then sat down on the floor. And I sat right next to him.
What did they discuss?
She was just consoling him, so just trying to get him to calm down. Right, that with Ashton, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
What did they discuss? She was just trying to console him.
Did they discuss Eric's Apple Watch?
They discussed Eric's Apple Watch later.
Okay, so we'll get to that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins was consoling Ashton there and she was interrupted?
Yes. So Brianne Sorensen, which I believe was Ronnie, Kouri's brother's fiance at the time, I think they were engaged at the time, she came in to talk to Kouri. It was really interesting because Kouri was consoling, and then she immediately kind of stopped and focused on, they would call her Bree. And Bree started talking about the closing of the Midway Mansion.
Did you say, Your Honor?
Do we need to go into that, Mr. Bloodworth? I guess what I'm saying is anything further regarding that necessary to develop the upcoming testimony?
Your Honor, the state's next question will be, how did Kouri react?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So sustained. What Bree said is not admissible. Don't consider it.
Well, Your Honor, the content of the call, the content of the discussion.
Well, Kouri's side of it is not what they're objecting to. I think it's just that fact. Am I right, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We're objecting to what Bree said.
Take it from there. I understand the contours here. Let's just wait for the next question.
Okay. How did Kouri react to what Bree said?
Kouri was very businesslike, very telling Bree exactly what to do. And I was dumbfounded. And I looked at Kouri and said, "You can't tell me you're going to close on that Midway mansion when my brother just died." And she looked at me matter of fact and said, "Yeah, absolutely. He has nothing to do with it. The money's already gone through. It's all my business. I'm going to."
What about the Apple Watch?
So the Apple Watch, Ashton, once he eventually came out of his room, he went and got my brother's Apple Watch. Kouri was standing by him. She took it from him, and he said, "I want my dad's watch." So I watched her take the watch, delete the entire watch, everything off of it, and then give it back to Ashton.
On the morning that Eric died, did Kouri Richins say anything about the house that they were living in?
Yes, she told me, so the house, the 282 Willow Court that they were living in with their kids, she told me she was going to sell it.
Did anything about that strike you as odd?
Yes, I honestly could not function. I couldn't even figure out what was for dinner that night. I had just lost one of the most important people in my whole entire life. And she was planning on selling the house that he had just been wheeled out of, closing on a multi-million-dollar mansion. I could not wrap my head around it.
The point that Eric died, who did the house belong to?
When Eric died, the house belonged to Eric. Eric was the trustee of his trust. So the house was in a trust, and Eric was the trustee.
And then once he died, who became the trustee?
I became the trustee.
After Eric died, did Kouri Richins have the ability to sell the house?
No, she did not.
That morning, did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric's stonemasonry business?
Yes. She had a plan for how she was going to run his stonemasonry business. She was going to hire one of his best friends. His name is TJ. TJ worked for Eric's business partner's dad and had grown up working with Eric and Eric's business partner Cody and Cody's family in their family business, and he still worked with Cody's dad Shannon. So she said that she was going to hire TJ to run Eric's portion of the business for her, and that he would take care of all of it.
So am I right that the morning of Eric's death, Kouri Richins told you her plans on purchasing the Midway mansion, selling the home she lived in, and running Eric Richins' business?
Correct.
Do you recall a family meeting that was held on March the 5th, 2022, the day after Eric died?
Yes, I do.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to start preparing for the services for Eric.
And who participated in the meeting?
So myself, my husband, Clint, my sister was there, Amy, her husband, Andrew, my dad, Gene, his friend, Tisha, Kouri's brother, Ronald Darden, or Ronnie, as they call him, her half-brother, DJ, her, I believe Bree was there as well, his fiance, and then her mother, Lisa.
Did you know Eric's wishes regarding burial?
Yes, my brother wanted to be buried.
As opposed to cremation?
Yes, my family is very big on burial and not cremation.
Did in the course of that family meeting the topic of cremation arise?
Yes, so we had gone through and planned the whole funeral. My brother would be buried by my mom, where he would be buried at, who the pallbearers would be, everything to like who would talk, who would say prayers, stuff like that. And at the very end, when I thought we kind of had it all wrapped up, Lisa Darden, Kouri's mother, said, when are we going to talk about that Eric wanted to be cremated?
Did you observe Kouri react to her mother raising cremation?
Yes, I did. She looked shocked, like she was caught off guard at first. And then she went into it and said, oh yeah, he told me that he didn't want any bugs crawling on him after he was dead. It freaked him out, so we're cremating him. And I went on to ask, I said, Kouri, why did we just do a whole entire funeral based around the casket, the burial, the pallbearers, and now you're just bringing up cremation? And she played it off and said, oh, well, isn't that what you do when you cremate them? And to that point I said no. And then my dad started getting visibly upset because he knew his son wanted to be buried.
I need to take care of some business with handwriting samples now, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Of course.
I'm handing the witness 8-49. Ms. Richens Benson, are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Generally, what is it?
So these are all handwriting samples from my brother, whether it be when he signed his name for stuff at work or for his will, any of that stuff.
Can you please just thumb through each of the tabs? I think, is there 14 of them?
16.
16.
Do I have to pay super close attention, or am I okay?
No, I just want to make sure you know what they are.
Okay.
You've seen them before?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, if you're comfortable that you've seen them before, there's no need to slip.
Yeah.
For K1, did you get those documents from the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Correct.
And are they accurate copies of what you received from the lender?
Yes.
Did you then submit those to the Bennett Tueller law firm?
Correct.
On K2, did you receive those haircut receipts from Kouri Richins?
Yep. So they are also receipts from like Wasatch Steel, different. I know there is a haircut one in here, but yeah,
Okay,
they're all different receipts.
Receipts from Kouri Richins?
Yeah.
Did you provide them to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
Can you turn please to K3 or tab 3? Under that tab, did you receive some tax documents from Greg White, some payroll documents from Integrated Solutions, and a hunting license?
Yes, these are all my brother's documents.
And did you submit those under tab 3 to Bennett Tueller?
Yeah. Only one I'm not 100% sure about is the hunting license, if I submitted that or not. I can't remember that one.
Okay. On K4, did you receive the check there from Allison, right?
Correct.
And did you get the loan documents on K4 from the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Yes.
Did you submit those documents at tab 4 to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
Tab 5, did you retrieve that driver's license from the mortuary that Eric's body was taken to?
Yes.
And did you submit that to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
For tab 7, skipping 6, going to 7, did you receive those various construction contracts from Cody Wright?
Yes.
And then did you give them to Bennett Tueller?
Correct.
For K11, did you obtain those healthcare records from IHC? Was
Yes.
that Intermountain Health something?
Yeah, Intermountain Healthcare.
Got it.
IHC's their old branding.
Did you submit those to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
For K12, did you receive copies of those checks and C&E business records from Allison Wright?
Yes.
And did you give them to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
For K13, there's some materials from a Ford dealership. Did you receive those from your husband, Clint Benson?
Yes.
And did you submit those to Bennett Tueller?
Yes.
Finally, for K14, is that a document from Weller Recreation Center that you received from your father?
Yes.
And did you give that to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
And did you give everything to Bennett Tueller in the same identical condition that you received it in?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I don't have any further questions from you at the moment.
Okay.
The defense attorneys probably will, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, excuse me. This is going to be a fairly lengthy cross. It's going to go past noon. I don't know if you want to break now or if you want me to just plow it and then we'll break in the middle.
You approach for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please rise for the jury. Okay, let's have a discussion about how to handle witnesses that are on both the state's list and the defendant's list.
Yes.
Ms. Nestor, what is the defendant's request?
So here's our request. There are probably...
Your Honor, can I pause? Can we excuse the witness?
Yeah, that's fine with me. She can
That would make sense, yeah. And is that so that she doesn't hear this discussion?
Correct.
Yeah. Do you mind stepping out into the lobby for a minute?
Yeah, should I leave this here?
You can take it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's your cup. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I knew this was coming because of conversations we've had with witnesses, but there are multiple witnesses that the state is going to call, including Ms. Richens Benson, who also have information that relates to our case. She's just one, there's lots more. Obviously, if the state is going to shut us down from asking any topic that he didn't cover in direct, then we're going to have to recall all of these people. And this trial is going to get a lot longer, inconvenience a lot more people.
Well, it's the exact same amount of time. Tell me why it would be longer.
Because
it just complicates the directed verdict motion.
Because of the fact that all of these witnesses will be required to come back twice, get resworn. We're going to have to lay foundation again that's already been laid to refresh the memory of jurors. We're going to have to go back over topics that have already been talked about just to refresh the memory of the jurors. We're going to be using exhibits that are already here, keyed up, ready to go. This court has the ability to control what happens in this courtroom. If you want us to call all these people twice, we will, but it seems a ridiculous imposition of
burden on not only the witnesses but the jurors to have to say we're going to hear from them now and in 2 weeks from now. There's perfectly within your power to say we're going to do everything this jury needs to do now. The state has the ability to come back on redirect and address anything that we bring up that they didn't bring up. But it seems a very inefficient way to run a trial, and it seems to be super hard on these witnesses to have to come back here twice and go through this 2 weeks apart. And especially, what happens if something happens to them? What happens if she gets sick or she leaves the country and I'm stuck and I didn't get a chance to redo her? Then we've got a real problem in terms of the trial and the record. So I mean, I've just never had a judge require me to do that unless it's just really unusual circumstances. So we're asking that every witness where we have information that the state decides not to go into, to let us do it now, not have to recall this witness, and then finally excuse her from her subpoena responsibilities.
You understand that to the extent the state raises relevance objections to your direct of this witness or another, I'm only going to have what's in the record so far. I won't have the whole picture to rule on that relevance objection.
I am not worried about anything we're going to talk with her about being decided to be relevant. Okay. I mean, it's clearly relevant. I'm just not worried about that.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we're only talking to her about what happened with Eric, with this case, we're not going into anything outside of that.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state prefers to present its case in an order that the state believes will provide a proper narrative to the jury without interruption. Sometimes a proper way to present a case is not most efficient way to present a case. And in an aggravated murder case, propriety has to take precedence over efficiency. So far, all these witnesses are local. I could see perhaps if there's an out-of-town witness, rather than inconvenience in the witness with an extended stay or repeated travel, we could make an exception. But as the rule, this trial is no different than any other trial where, pursuant to the rules, the scope of cross-examination is limited by the scope of direct. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, we'll take this on a witness-by-witness basis. With respect to Ms. Richens Benson, I imagine she's going to be in the courtroom every single day. And if she's not, she's certainly subject to the subpoena power of the court. And has somebody subpoenaed her so she can't beg out of appearing?
Did you subpoena her?
I mean, Katie appeared today pursuant to the state's subpoena.
Okay. And that subpoena lists the entire trial, correct?
It does. I have not yet released her from it, as
right.
We do some witnesses.
Right. And so as long as I make clear to her that pursuant to that subpoena she can be recalled at the order of the court, any danger that you were describing, Ms. Nestor, is mitigated.
It also means she can't stay in the trial for the rest. She's going to have to be excused under the exclusionary rule.
Is it Katie or Amy that's
Amy.
the designated victim rep?
Ame.
Your Honor, the state had designated 2 victim reps, and it was Katie and Amy.
I understand you objecting to the 2.
We do. We object to 2. We don't object to Amy.
Right.
Right.
The state has to make a choice. If you'd like to proceed as you suggest, you're entitled to do so. That's fine, especially because Katie is subject to the subpoena power of the court. We can make sure that she comes back. But the statute talks in terms of 1 victim rep. The exclusionary rule says what it says. So the decision before the state is, do you want to, for this witness, allow direct to occur today so that there's no basis upon which to exclude Katie going forward, or proceed with the presentation of the testimony as the state sees fit, understanding that may require exclusion of Katie. And I apologize for using first names. There's a lot of Richens. It's just easier. No informality is intended. Exclusion of Katie until her direct is completed in the defense case.
Your Honor, how about this? Was the court about to take a lunch break with the jury?
Well, is food here?
No.
Okay, so it'll be a bit. So I want to keep using time. So I thought we could use another, it would have been an hour now, 45 minutes.
Sure. Your Honor, can we use that time for examination within the scope of direct? And then we take a lunch break. It will allow me to consult with Eric's family regarding
exclusion.
The exclusion. It will also allow me, Your Honor, to refresh my memory. We had at the time, the state had appointed 2 victim representatives. Despite the language of the statute, we had briefed case law which expanded that language, and I just need to look back at that.
Yeah, I'm happy to be educated. But Ms. Nestor, may we proceed stepwise in that fashion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we'll invite Katie back in, we'll invite the jury back in, we will complete cross-examination of Ms. Richens Benson. We'll take a lunch break, we'll sort out whether you want to proceed with her, whether I will allow you to proceed with her direct examination in your defense case today.
Also, just to make sure I'm clear, so Mr. Bloodworth brought up to Ms. Richens Benson the fact that she was the trustee. She testified about that, about the trustee and the assets being in the trustee, and that Kouri could not sell the home according to her.
That was her understanding, right?
Correct. So that means I can go into anything about the trust?
Well, it means you can ask her, you can seek to show that her understanding was incorrect.
Well, I have a pretty lengthy cross dealing with the trust, and I want to bring in the actual trust itself, the document, and I do believe the door's been open, so I'm just clarifying I can go into all that as part of following up on what he brought out in direct.
Well, you got to be a little bit more. Hold on. My apologies. Missed call. My bad. You're speaking in generality, so it's hard for me to give you a ruling.
So one of the documents I want to use is the trust document itself.
Sure.
The state has not introduced it, but they have opened the door to it, in my opinion.
Well, they've opened the door to questions about what is your understanding based on.
Perfect.
Why do you think that?
Perfect. That's what I need.
Have you ever seen this document?
That's what I need.
But the trust is, to my memory, several pages long. I don't know that her testimony relates to most of it.
I probably won't even admit it. I'm just going to use it for her to look at it to refresh, and when she's answering questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, just to be clear, that within the scope of Kouri Richins' ability to dispose of the home.
Yeah. More specifically, Ms. Richens Benson's personal subjective understanding of Kouri Richins' ability to dispose of the home.
And not all the myriad of other subject
like there's all
matters.
the C, like isn't the trust going to all the C&E masonry interest and all that stuff?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. She didn't testify to any of that. Okay. All right.
Well, I assume they'll object and let me know if they think I go too far.
As both sides of the V do in trial. Anything further before we invite Ms. Richens Benson back in?
No, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Let's do that first. Great. Did we just guess at what they want, or did we ask them? Benson. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We'll proceed with cross-examination of Ms. Richens Benson. Then we'll take a lunch break. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Nestor, take it away.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've never officially been introduced, but I know we've seen each other a whole lot. But again, my name's Katie Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about, I want to go back a couple of years before Eric passed. You mentioned in your direct testimony that you are the trustee of a trust that Eric created. Is that right?
Correct.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Of course.
I'm handing you a document that's been marked as IMP KRB1.
Okay.
Take just a second and look at that document and tell me if you recognize it. I certainly don't expect you to read the whole thing, but just tell me if you know what that is.
Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Sure, no worries. Take your time. You ready?
Yeah.
So do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
It's the Eric Richens Living Trust.
And is that the trust that you were referring to in your direct examination?
When
Mr. Bloodworth was questioning you.
With the house. Yes. This is the trust.
And that's the document that makes you the trustee if Eric should pass away.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to introduce this as Defense Exhibit 3001. On the impeachment, we're going to start it with the number 3.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, no objections to the admission of the document. The state, of course, is going to admit it. I plan to admit it through the witness that prepared it. The state's just pausing on the nomenclature. We've referenced this document in other briefing by other exhibit numbers, which...
We can resolve that going forward. We can come up with a common vernacular at some point.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, but as to admission, no objection.
So just so the record is clear, if anybody ever has to read this, the Eric Richens Living Trust, dated November 3rd, 2020, is admitted.
All right, and that's going to be Exhibit 3001, Your Honor.
For the time being.
Yes.
We'll see if we come
Change
up with a different vernacular going forward.
That's fine. Okay, can you turn for me to Section 1.03 of the trust?
And Ms. Nestor, will you let me know when you're ready to publish whatever you want to publish to the
I will,
jury?
thank you.
Thank you.
Do you see that? Does that list the objectives of the trust? Just to refresh your memory, let me know when you're finished reviewing it.
Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry, what was your
refresh
question
your
again?
memory a little bit. So is it fair to say that Eric's objective, as put in writing in the very beginning of this big old trust document, was to provide for both my wife and our children during any time I am incapacitated and after my death?
That's what's in there. Yes.
So
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can we publish this to the jury?
Sure.
We're seeing it on our screens, but the jury's not.
Yeah, she didn't ask me
Can
to.
you
that's
publish?
fine. Would you like to?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. That would be helpful. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right. And you agree But it was your understanding that this trust would provide for both Kouri and the boys. Is that right?
It would provide for the beneficiaries, and those 4 are the beneficiaries.
And Kouri was a beneficiary of this trust.
She was a beneficiary of the trust.
And that's what Eric wanted.
I think the document speaks for itself.
Objection.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. So basically there was as trustee, what is your understanding of your role as trustee? What is your role?
It's to administer the trust.
And what does that mean to you?
So to carry out my brother's wishes.
And with respect to the reality of that, there's a trust that holds assets. Is that your understanding? It holds his assets, whatever they are.
Correct.
And that includes cash and money and items, right?
Yes.
And you're supposed to see over that money and those assets.
Correct, as the trustee.
And protect them, right?
Correct.
And distribute them to the beneficiaries as needed throughout their lifetime.
Based on what the trust says.
And that's your understanding of kind of your job, right?
Correct.
And as trustee, you get paid?
No.
You're not taking a fee?
So my brother did put in the trust that I could be paid and I could reimburse myself for the time spent. I have never once been paid for the time that I spent. So I chose not to.
That's very generous of you, and that's because you want those boys to get everything they can, I'm sure.
I want all the beneficiaries to get everything they're entitled to.
Okay, thank you. So let's say 2 months after Eric died, Kouri wanted to buy a car. She could do that, but she would have to ask you first, right? As the trustee.
Can you reframe that? So with money from the trust,
yes,
she wants to buy the car?
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of litigation. So she did a lawsuit 3 weeks after my brother passed to try to set aside the trust.
Okay.
So there's a lot of litigation. So I would work with my attorneys to figure out what was proper.
Let me ask it this way. What is your understanding of what, if there was no litigation, what you, as the trustee of the trust, were meant to do if one of the beneficiaries needed some money, if one of the boys wanted to go to private school, if Kouri wanted to buy a car? What was the process from your understanding?
So the trust was actually just split into 2 separate trusts. One for his 3 boys, who are the primary beneficiaries, and then another trust for Kouri. And you'll have to forgive me, I don't have the whole thing memorized.
Oh, of course not.
But it said in there what the money could be used for.
All right. So if Kouri wanted to spend some money out of the trust that was authorized in your opinion under the trust, it would be your job to say, yes, here is the money, and give her a check, right?
Correct.
And one of the things the trust authorized was care and maintenance of their home. Is that right?
So that the home is a trust asset.
Okay. So if the house needed repair, the trust could pay for that?
Correct.
If the trust could pay for the mortgage payments?
Correct.
The trust could pay for insurance on the house?
Correct.
So in the year after Eric died, how much money did Kouri ask you for to pay for anything related to the house, to her, to anything?
Pause for 1 second.
Okay.
Your Honor, objection in reference to the discussion we just had.
Exceeds the scope.
Yes.
Sustained.
Okay. Did the trust pay any mortgage payments on the home after Eric died?
Ms. Nestor, it's the same objection.
Okay.
Sustained.
Has the trust reimbursed family members for costs paid to a private investigator?
Pause for 1 second. Go ahead.
Same objection scope, Your Honor.
We're well outside the scope of direct, Ms. Nestor. Sustained.
Right. Can I approach?
Sure.
Just 1 minute. I'm trying to comply with your ruling. Just give me 1 second because I think there's another topic that I'm going to have to save for a direct. Yeah, I think so. All right. All right, I want to talk to you about the day of Eric's death. You mentioned, I believe you mentioned that when you got there, Kouri looked put together.
Correct.
She was in pajamas. Is that right?
Like a matching sweatsuit.
She was in a matching sweatsuit?
Like sweatsuit, pajamas. I don't know the technical, what they were sold as.
And you said her hair was fixed?
It was pulled up.
It was pulled up in a messy bun? Is that what you recall?
But yeah, it was pulled up, neatly done.
Her hair was neatly done. That's what you recall?
Yeah, looked similar to today, just on top of her head.
And you also said that you went to the ground and she just stood there and did not comfort you in any way?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Katie, can you please, just for the witness only, Your Honor, we'd like to play a clip. This is State's Exhibit 1-4.
Pause 1 second. Does this have sound? It won't now.
Doesn't have sound, I don't think.
Okay.
So only for her to review.
Well, hold on a second. It's real hard for me to do only the witness.
Oh, I mean the witness and counsel.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Bloodworth.
It's S1-4.
Donna,
Of course. And folks, thank you.
Just pull up the blurred. Is it that exact same clip with the blurred? Can we just stop when we say stop? Yeah. That's fine with me. Okay, I think we're going to pull up their amended one that they just served like 2 days ago.
No problem. Table. Scott, you let me know when you're ready to go.
It's just, it starts a little bit further back. Okay, it's just the line.
Just a moment.
We have not even seen yet, so we're trying to accommodate their new version.
No problem.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Children are blurred. Something we need to do throughout the case. They are still photographs that are on the wall depicted in an exercise of caution. We just want to make sure we blur those before we publish them. This is going out to the world. It's not just the people in here. Could you approach for a moment? A lunch break. This is like watching paint dry. That's not fair to you. So, let's give you a lunch break. Counsel, we have brought lunch for the jury in today. Is a 30-minute lunch break agreeable?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. We will take a break until 12:40. Katie, if you'd sit tight for me for 1 moment.
Okay.
All right. Please rise for the jury. During this lunch break, it's as if you are still on the stand, and it's not a take-home exam. So I need you to isolate yourself, not talk to anybody.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's 30 minutes. Just keep to yourself. If you need to grab a sandwich or from somebody else, that's fine.
Okay.
We just can't have you conferring with anybody about anything.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
Your Honor, can I retrieve 849 from the witness?
Of course. Ms. Nestor, anything further?
No, sir.
We'll be in recess until 12:40. Thank you for your patience.
All right, we will give a very high-level overview of what happened. So the state, they can take notes. I didn't hear anything about questions from the jury, but they can take notes. Opening statements were 27 minutes approximately, and they go through, Mr. Bloodworth goes through the charges, the time that it happened sometime between, at 3:19, she calls 911. Kouri calls 911. He talks about the Midway mansion that she was going to sell. She was going to take on $3.2 million in debt. She overdrafted 30 times over $300,000. At the time of Eric's passing, Kouri owed $4.1 million to 20 different lenders. That's just crazy. All right, but now Eric had $2 million in stone masonry and $2 million in life insurance. Then we hear about Josh Grossman, who is Kouri's paramour, and that they were going to go to St. Martin. And then the autopsy showed Eric died of fent poisoning. Then we get defense. They've talked for about 45 minutes. And they start off with playing the 911 call at 3:21. Eric was sleeping with the kids. She went to the bed and he's cold. But 6.5 hours before, they were celebrating. They were celebrating the fact that she was about to sell on that Midway mansion. She was about to close, I should say, on that Midway mansion. It was her largest deal ever. She talks about Eric hunting exotic animals in Mexico the week before, and that's where fent comes from. They talk about this empty pill bottle next to his nightstand. He had pooled blood, so he passed away sometime between 9 and 3. So she's saying what you won't hear is there's going to be no direct evidence about what happened between 9 and 3. Don't rush to judge Kouri on her life with her paramour. You're going to hear that Eric saw an allergy doctor after that Valentine's Day attempt, and he didn't tell his allergy doctor, and then he laughed about that with one of Kouri's friends. So, all right. Then we get to Gene Richens, father of Eric. Eric was 39. He kind of paints a picture of Eric along with Katie Benson, who is Eric's sister. Eric loved the outdoors. He was very athletic. Strong work ethic. They both kind of talked about that. Dad has a farm, so Eric grew up there. And then there's talk about his mother, Gene's wife, Linda, Eric's mom. Kouri told him that the medical examiner said the cause of death was fungus in his lungs. And he called Katie, and Katie said she called the medical examiner, and they never received a call from Kouri, and they hadn't even released the results yet. And Kouri's like, I guess, just making things up. So now Katie's up there. Katie Richins Benson. She again talks about how her and Eric were inseparable. He loved the outdoors. He loved sports. He coached the soccer for her, I guess, her kids and Eric's kids were very close, so he coached their soccer. He talks about she talks about Carter loving to ride horses, and Eric would ride along with his ATV. So she says that the day of, or that morning of, her dad calls screaming, and she rushes over, and Kouri's got her hair up in a matching pajamas or sweatsuit or something, and she just shook her head. She was talking about closing on a house. I guess her brother's fiance came over, and she was talking about closing on this Midway house. She was going to sell the family home on top of it. So everybody's like devastated by this passing, and Kouri's like, yeah, I'm gonna sell these two houses. Let's see. Then it got a little spicy with Cross. Okay, so here's the deal with Cross. A lot of you guys were asking. So because both the state and the defense have multiple witnesses that they're going to call, like the same person. So the defense is going to call Katie as well. So they're trying to figure out, how do I do direct? When do I do direct? Do I do it now, or do I wait until have them come back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it is? And the defense is saying, oh, that's going to be really disruptive. It's, the jury's going to be like, well, what the heck's going on? It's going to drag this out longer. What happens if a witness gets sick or goes out of town or goes out of the country? And I thought this was really kind of, she's like, it's within your power, meaning the judge, it's within your power to do this. And it seems an inefficient way to run a trial. If I was Judge Mrazek, I'd be like, watch it there. So the state's like, hey, I prefer to present my case in order in an order that will provide proper narrative without interruption. So Judge Mrazek ultimately says, we'll take this by witness case, and Katie's subject to subpoena power of the court. So, hey, guess what? We can always call her back. So just don't release her. So they were trying to figure out what was the best way to do it. Do the direct now, do cross and then direct, or, that would be really weird. I never saw that before, where they literally would do everything. So the state would call their witness, and they would do direct and cross, and then the defense would do cross, and the defense would go do direct, and then the state would do cross. That was pretty interesting. And then now she's trying to impeach Katie with this whole living trust. So the beneficiaries were Kouri and the kids. Eric's objective was to provide for his wife and kids after his passing. So Kouri apparently could take money out for whatever, if the house needed repair, insurance, mortgage. And then there was like a bunch of objections. There was like 3 objections. It was outside of the scope. And we heard a big grate with a big sigh. And then now we're getting into some photos, I guess. We're going to see some photos. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and zoom.
Watching the remaining. Watching the remainder of the nations as a examination.
Sorry, just trying to get us queued up here.
Kate.
All right.
Mr. Blair.
Your Honor, the state has just filed a motion to designate. This is how we've been operating before. I'm trying to find the original designation, but to designate Katie Richins Benson a victim representative. The statute provides for plural victim representatives. The beginning with defense counsel's cross-examination today was the first time that the state had any notice that the defense wanted to call Katie Richins Benson as a witness. She's not been subpoenaed. She's not been on any of the Rule 16 designations. And so we have proceeded, we called her early so that she could get her testimony out the way, and proceeded in a good faith understanding that she would then be allowed to participate in in watching the remainder of the trial without being subject to the exclusionary rule.
I understand the state's position. Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
Well, we don't want to call her as a witness. We want to cross-examine her, and they're stopping me from doing that.
No. Stay focused on the issue at hand here. Co-designation of Ms. Richens Benson.
We object.
And tell me why.
Because the statute provides for one.
It doesn't. It provides for up to more than one, if you look at the language of it. And so, do you have another reason?
I don't know why there's special circumstances that require them to have two in this case.
It's not a requirement. They're asking for permission.
We object.
Tell me why.
Because it's going to interfere with my ability to cross-examine her if I have to recall this witness and she sits through all of the testimony.
Forgive me. Have you ever listed her as a witness in your case?
We were not aware that they were going to stop me from doing this until about a day ago. So, as
that
far...
No, she's never been listed as a witness.
She has never been... I'm sorry. She's on our witness list? Okay. Are you sure? I don't think that's right.
For example, if I search for the name Richens on your witness list, it does not appear.
No, but we are happy to file an amended witness list and add her if I can't cross-examine her now.
You can cross-examine her within the scope of direct, regardless of whether she's on your witness list and regardless of whether she is a co-victim representative. The only thing this impacts is whether there's any prejudice to defendant if she's a co-witness representative who is not excluded.
So here's the problem. So if she's allowed to sit through the trial, then it affects my Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine her because she's been impacted and heard the testimony of every single witness in the case.
Would you pause there? Do you mean cross-examine or direct examine?
Well, direct. When I recall her. If I cross her now, I would do it now. But if she gets to then have the benefit of sitting through the trial and hearing everyone else's testimony, and then when I direct her, she's hostile, so I'll probably ask to cross her because she is a hostile witness, and I am entitled to do that. And if that happens, then that does prejudice us because she's got the benefit of being able to shape her testimony around everybody else's that she's already listened to. So it is a prejudice, and I don't know that there's any compelling reason to let her stay that outweighs that prejudice, or just let me do it now. I mean, that's their decision, but that is a prejudice, and that's very real.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
All right. Under Utah Code 7738-9, subsection 2, the court shall designate a representative or representatives of the victim. The legislature, in crafting that language, contemplated situations in which more than one victim representative would be appropriate. An aggravated murder case is certainly among the situations in which the family of a decedent might want to spread that burden and duty across two family members. The court finds that the state's request to designate Ms. Katie Richins Benson as a co-victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is supported by the language of the statute and a good faith request. Moreover, the defendant's arguments regarding prejudice are not persuasive for two reasons. One, Ms. Richins Benson has never been listed by the defendant as a trial witness that they intended to call in their defense case. And more practically, the court finds that she likely already knows all of the admissible and inadmissible evidence in this case, and there is no additional or marginal prejudice by allowing her to be in the courtroom during the testimony of other witnesses. The state's request to designate Ms. Katie Richins Benson as a victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is granted. On that basis, the court does not have the authority to exclude her under the exclusionary rule. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury and the witness, Ms. Nestor?
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Did we swap it? Everything's okay.
Do we want to take a look at it before?
I think we're good. I think we've all agreed on it.
Let's just take a quick look.
Do you want to show it real quick, Katie?
And is it a clip or just a still?
It's a clip.
Okay. Is that the clip? Okay. Very good. Let's invite Ms. Richens Benson back in. Very good. Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's do it. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Ms. Richens Benson. So when we took a break, I had confirmed with you that it's your recollection that Kouri had a sweatsuit, a matching sweatsuit, and fixed hair, and that she did not comfort you when you fell to the ground. Is that correct?
To my recollection.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to watch a clip from that morning that was taken off of an officer's body cam and see if you can confirm that that's in fact you and Kouri that morning. Katie, can you play it? Is that you in the clip?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point I'd move to admit as exhibit maybe 3001 for now. The clip.
3002.
I'm sorry. 3002?
Yeah.
3002, that's correct.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, no objection to admission. We'll figure out nomenclature later.
Sounds good.
And just for the purpose of the jury, just a short explanation that we will supplement this with a blurred version, but for now there's just a black box over where the children's photos are since it's being played publicly. But that'll, if it goes back to the jury room, that box will be removed and the pictures will just be blurred.
You can play the clip.
Thanks, Katie. All right, so as you're watching this clip, there's an officer there, but that's Kouri right there, right? And she's squatting down to hug you. Is that right? Katie, could you play that again?
I'm sorry, this is hard with two Katies.
There are two Katies. I'm sorry. I'll call you Ms. Richens Benson. How about that?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so that's Kouri. Freeze it right there, Katie Nestor. Okay, and that hair right there, that's what you're saying she had fixed? Just her hair up and messy like that?
Yeah, as you can see, mine was down and messy and didn't have contacts in anything.
Sure. So both of you had messy hair, and she's also clearly wearing pajamas. Does that refresh your memory that she's not in a sweatsuit, she was in pajamas?
I am not a fashionista, so to me that's a sweatsuit or pajamas, just to be honest.
Okay, and then keep playing, Ms. Nestor. And that's her squatting down to comfort you while you're on the ground, and that's y'all hugging, right?
Correct.
So your memory about that was clearly wrong.
To be fair, it was 4 years ago.
Okay. And everything you're testifying about here about that morning was 4 years ago, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You can take that down, Katie. Thank you. Other Katie. And shortly after this scene where Kouri hugs you, and obviously everyone's completely understandably upset, was there a time where you went out into the driveway and spoke with an investigating officer that morning?
I went and spoke to an investigator in their car out front of the house.
Okay. Maybe not in the driveway. Might have been in front of the house.
Correct.
Your Honor, objections.
Your Honor, she's testified about her memory of that morning. This happened that morning.
I'll give you a limited latitude here.
Thank you. And who was the officer that you spoke to?
Detective Woody, I believe.
All right. And that was just to help, because there's so many officers that are going to testify in front of this jury. It's a female officer, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you talked to Officer Woody, or I think she was a detective then, did you tell her that you believed Kouri was involved in your brother's death?
No.
Did you tell the officer that you were suspicious that Kouri may have been involved in your brother's death?
Pause there.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to allow her to answer that question, and we'll have a conversation. Sure. Go ahead. You can answer that. I'm sorry.
I let her know that Kouri had stolen money from my brother, and I thought she needed to know that.
And what else did you think she needed to know at that moment?
I left at that moment to go back in the house.
You didn't tell her anything else?
My recollection is that I told her that Kouri had taken money from my brother, quite a lot of money, and that there was tension.
And what did you tell the officer was the reason for the tension?
May I have a quick conversation with you?
Yes, sure.
My apologies, counsel. Interruption, folks. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And now I forgot where I was, so let me think about it again. We were talking about what you asked the police, what you said to the police officer when you were outside. And this is before that police officer has ever entered the house, right? This is your first time to see this officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you felt it was important that this officer know that your sister-in-law had a motive? What was your reason for telling the officer that information?
I had an overwhelming feeling come over me that I should let someone know.
Why? What was your overwhelming feeling?
That I should let someone know.
Because you believed it was suspicious? The death?
Honestly, at that time, I had no idea what was going on. I just had an overwhelming feeling. I had just barely talked to my brother. He was fantastic. When I talked to him just a couple hours before, I had an overwhelming feeling I should tell someone about this, so I did.
Because you thought Kouri was behind it?
I did not say that.
Did you tell the officer that Kouri had a reason to be upset with Eric because she had found out about your being a trustee over the assets before he passed?
No, not to my recollection.
You didn't mention being the trustee of a trust to this officer?
I knew that I was the trustee of the trust.
Did you share that with the officer?
Maybe. There's a potential.
So you can't remember?
Just give me a second.
Sure. Take your time.
I mean, I did know that I was the trustee, so I definitely could have shared that with her.
And did you share with the officer that Kouri had been upset with your brother about that before he passed?
No.
So if an
Not
officer,
to my recollection.
If an officer says you said that, that would be wrong? Or you're just not sure?
The questions are a little difficult. They're really vague. So not to my knowledge.
Okay. You mentioned that Kouri's son asked if he could have his dad's watch. Is that right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that Kouri just reset the watch and gave it to him.
Correct.
So Kouri didn't go through the watch trying to pick certain things out to delete, right?
I just watched her swipe it and give it to him. Or delete it and give it to him.
If she hadn't swiped it and I'm not an Apple Watch person, so maybe you know this better than I do, but that would have meant her son could read everything her husband had ever put on his iPhone, right?
I'm not an Apple Watch person either, so I can't answer that for you.
Is it your understanding the watches match the phone, basically?
Mine doesn't always, so, but again, I'm not an Apple person, so I can't tell you.
Do you agree there could be a lot of reasons why a mother would not want a young child to have access to everything his adult father had saved on his phone?
In a hypothetical, yes, I guess.
Okay. You also mentioned that Kouri told you that morning that she was going to sell the house.
Correct.
And this is the house her husband had just died in.
Correct.
And she was pretty traumatized about her husband just dying in the house.
That I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
In their bedroom, right?
What's the question? Sorry.
Do you think there's a lot of reasons why a widow would not want to continue to live in the bedroom where her husband died in front of her?
Honestly, I can see some people would and some people wouldn't.
Okay. You also mentioned just now, and also when you were on direct with Mr. Bloodworth, that you never knew your brother to use anything other than Advil. Is that right?
When he asked what I had seen him take, correct.
Okay. Are you aware that your brother did use other substances?
After his death, from his medical records that I got, it said that he occasionally took it for back pain.
Took what?
THC.
Okay. Which is marijuana?
Marijuana.
So when he was alive, he didn't share with you that he used marijuana, did he?
Not directly, no.
And you talked about your mom, which I think is great, was a drug and alcohol counselor.
Correct.
And that it was important to her that your family not be engaged with the use of drugs when she was alive.
No, I said prescription medication.
Okay. So your brother knew that it was important to your family. Sobriety was an important thing to your family.
I'll be honest with you, my mom was not against marijuana use.
Okay. But you said you were?
I said prescription medication earlier.
Okay. But for whatever reason, your brother didn't share with you during his lifetime that he used marijuana.
No.
And I know you were here during the opening statement, excuse me, Your Honor. You saw this slide of all those gummies that were seized from Eric's. You didn't know that was in his house? He didn't share that.
I knew that Kouri had some in there. He had shared that with me.
But he didn't tell you he did?
No.
Okay. And you also, did you know that your brother drank alcohol?
I knew that he socially drank, but he was responsible.
And he chose not to do that in front of you. Is that fair?
Correct.
And it's also fair and totally understandable that your brother's not going to talk about his sex life with you.
He actually did.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Did your brother share with you that he was taking testosterone?
Yes, he did.
And you knew that?
Yes.
Did I'll strike that. Did you go through your brother's phone ever?
No.
The morning after he passed, was there a period of time where you saw your sister Amy with his phone?
She did have his phone.
And how long did she have his phone in her possession?
Honestly, I wasn't watching Amy very close, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Did you ever have his phone that day?
No.
Your Honor, stay within the scope. Objections.
Same morning, Your Honor.
Let's keep moving. The objection is overruled as to that last question.
That morning after Eric died, did you ever, well, let me ask it this way. When you arrived at the house, had the police cordoned off any portion of the house and said you could not enter it?
There was someone at the hall, and they said that you weren't supposed to go back down the hall.
Once they removed your brother's body from the scene, and I know that was traumatic, and I'm sorry. Once they removed his body, were you allowed to go anywhere in the house you wanted?
Yeah.
And did you see the police searching the kitchen?
Yes.
All right. What
Just
did you?
the garbage in the kitchen, that was all.
That was the only thing you saw them search for. Was the garbage.
Yeah, I wasn't around them all the time, so I don't know what else they did.
Okay, that's fair. At any point that morning, did you hear Kouri being interviewed by police?
No.
So you weren't present when they questioned her about what happened that night?
No.
Did Eric share with you that he had used hydrocodone in the past, like in that pill bottle that we saw on the screen?
So Eric and I had talked about that. So that pill bottle on the screen, it was old. It was 2016, right?
Right.
Because Eric had a procedure, but Eric did not want to use much of it. So actually, Eric and I had several conversations. When his back hurt and everything, I actually set him up with an acupuncturist and everything so that he didn't have to use any. So
let me stop you right there. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Let's just break it down.
Okay.
So you knew that he had used hydrocodone in the past for pain?
He did not like to, but if it was extreme,
he did use it.
Yeah, but he would never take the whole finish the prescription.
And well, as far as you knew.
Mm-hmm.
And you knew that he had back pain.
Correct.
And you knew it because you're the person that he would go to when he was in pain.
Correct.
And you helped him try to find an acupuncturist for his pain?
Yeah, he went to an acupuncturist.
How often did he do that?
I set up the appointments. They actually helped really quickly. So he went to a couple appointments to I can't give you the exact amount, but.
And when. Okay, I'll strike that. You also talked about the prenuptial agreement.
Correct.
That you saw Kouri sign at their wedding, is that right?
I saw it before she signed it.
Right. And is it true that in the prenuptial agreement that Kouri knew that if something happened to Eric, she would not recover? She wasn't entitled. She surrendered. Let me ask it this way: were you aware that as part of the prenuptial agreement, she was surrendering any claim on his business of C&E?
Your Honor, objection. The prenup's into evidence. It says what it says. I don't think that's an accurate characterization.
I can rephrase.
The question is about what Ms. Benson understood.
That's what I was going to say.
And so you will be able to point out later whether her understanding matches the text or not.
So was it your understanding that she was surrendering any claim to his business at C&E in the prenuptial agreement?
Only if they divorced. If he died, then she would get the business while they were still married.
Okay. But if he died, once you became trustee, you were aware that his business would actually go into the trust, not to her, correct?
The business is a trust asset. His partnership is in the trust.
Okay. And that was done before he passed?
Correct.
And again, you don't recall telling the officer that Kouri was upset about that prior to the officer coming in the house?
No.
Okay. The morning that you were there, was there any period of time where you were in the garage?
Yes, I went into the garage.
And what was your purpose for going into the garage?
A medical examiner or some medical person, had asked me, do you know if Eric took any kind of pill today, an allergy pill, anything? And I said, I'll go check his truck. I know he takes allergy pills, but I'll go check his truck. So I went to the garage to check his truck.
And when you were checking his truck, was there anyone back there with you?
Lisa Darden, her mom, and Bree, I think it's Swerenson, followed me.
Okay. And when you were in the truck, how long were you in his truck?
Not long at all.
Okay. When you got there, was Amy in the truck?
No.
At some point, did you see Amy in the truck?
No, not to my recollection.
Okay. All right. You also mentioned that Kouri mentioned to you when she said that she was going to sell the house. I believe Mr. Bloodworth asked, could she have sold the house? And you said the answer was no. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason the answer is no is because why?
Because the house was not Kouri's asset. It was in Eric's trust. Her name was not on the deed, anything like that.
But she was his spouse under the law, right?
She was his spouse under the law, yeah.
And she had a marital interest in the house, right?
Now that's all in civil court. I can't.
Sustained.
Yes, cause for legal.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay.
All right, now I want to talk about before the body was removed. Were you present, or did you have an understanding about where they were going to take the body?
No.
Did you hear a conversation, or were you a part of a conversation that discussed that there was going to be an autopsy?
I know I heard that day that they were taking him for an autopsy.
Okay. So before he even left the house, there was discussion that he was going to be autopsied. I think that's a verb. I'm not sure.
I can't tell you if it was before or after.
But there was a discussion in the house about it. You all knew it.
That they would take him for an autopsy? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the conversation that you testified about, where there was a discussion about cremation or burial with Kouri's mom?
Correct.
At that point, the autopsy was over, right?
I don't know when the autopsy was over.
When was that conversation?
That conversation was on the 5th.
So 2 days after he passed. And where was the body at that time, to your knowledge? I'm so sorry. I thought you were finished. I apologize.
Okay. Well,
The question
can you
was
ask?
on the 5th.
Yeah, it was on the 5th when we talked about the burial.
So 2 days after they'd removed, or 1 day, I'm sorry.
1 day.
After they'd removed his body from the house.
Correct.
So when you were having that conversation, where was your understanding of where the body was?
It would have been in one of two places, either at the medical examiner's office or at the mortuary.
So bear with me then. At the point that his remains were finally interred, either through cremation or burial, that autopsy already would have happened, correct?
Honestly, I remember talking to the mortuary. They were watching to see when it was done. They said that it could take a couple days because it was later. So I can't tell you if it was done or not. I can't remember.
Let me ask you this way. They weren't going to let you bury him or cremate him until they'd finished that autopsy and released the body to the family, correct?
I mean, I would assume so, but I've never dealt with this with the medical examiner's office, so...
And once you all had that conversation with Lisa and Kouri about whether he wanted to be buried or cremated, did Kouri agree to bury him?
It went back and forth for a little while.
And then did Kouri agree to bury him?
Yeah, we buried him.
That's right. The handwriting samples that Mr. Bloodworth asked you to identify, is it fair to say that you organized an effort to gather a bunch of signatures of Eric's to compare with the signature, another signature, to see if Kouri, do you believe Kouri forged his signature on something?
Yeah, it was for the civil lawsuit that we were going through. And yes, it was to see if that was his signature or not, because he had told me he did not sign it.
And you personally took responsibility for that effort of gathering those signatures, correct?
So my duty as personal representative is to look into any claim that the estate may have. So yes, I did.
And you sent that information to the prosecution team in this case?
I did not personally send it, no.
Okay. You did hire an expert to look at it, right?
Yeah.
And
yes, I just told you that's my fiduciary duty as a representative of my brother, so over his estate, to look into any claims that the estate has.
And who was the expert that you hired to look at those handwriting samples?
His last name's Throckmorton.
And it's Matthew Throckmorton?
I only ever met him once. I think his first name's Matthew, yeah.
And you guys paid him a fee to do that?
I actually didn't pay him. My law firm did, but then it went on the bill, so I didn't directly pay him.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Handing you a document that's been marked INP KRP3.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I actually do not. I have not seen this before.
Okay. Okay, I'll take it back. Thank you so much. Did you pay other experts in connection with this investigation?
I did.
Who were the other experts you hired? Was Brooke Carrington one of them?
Your Honor, objection, point of clarification. When she says this investigation, the criminal investigation or the civil investigation?
Provide a little more foundation, please.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to. Did the trust hire a woman named Brooke Carrington to do a financial investigation on Kouri Richins?
It's really tricky. It would actually be the estate that did, not the trust that did.
Okay.
So Brooke Carrington worked for the estate.
And were you also in charge of the estate?
Correct. I am a personal representative for my brother.
And you personally paid Brooke Carrington?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, I'm handing you another document asking you if you've seen this before.
Yes.
KRB2. KRB2. What is that document?
So Brooke was a financial forensic accountant for us, looking into any claims that the estate would potentially have. So I paid her for her work on that.
And what is that amount that you paid Brooke Carrington?
$14,625.
And is that your signature on that check?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit that as Exhibit 3003, Defense 3003.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense 3003 is admitted.
Can we publish that to the jury, please?
Ready to go, Katie? One moment. There you go.
Okay. What's the date on that check?
6/21/23.
All right. And are you aware if that was after Kouri had been charged with this crime?
Let me think of dates really quick. Yes, it was after, because once Kouri had been charged, Brooke quit working for us, so she sent a bill and I paid the bill once.
And why did she quit working for you?
She started working for the state, and we hired a different forensic accountant to work for the estate.
And who provided her name to the state as a potential expert?
I'm not sure.
That wasn't you?
I actually never even talked to any of the prosecution or anything before that, so no, it was not me. I did not even know who they were.
I'm sorry, you said you hadn't talked to the prosecution prior to June of 2023?
Prior to her being arrested.
Let me clarify to make sure that I don't impeach you for something you're not meaning to say.
Oh, okay.
When you say the prosecution, you mean the actual people sitting at the table, not their investigators.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, them.
Because you had talked a lot to the investigators prior to Kouri being arrested.
I had talked to investigators. I had never talked to these guys.
Totally fair. I just didn't want to come after you.
Sorry, I did.
Nope.
The difference. Thank you.
I want it to be right. So to go back to that, you had talked a lot to the investigators that were investigating this case on the criminal side prior to Kouri being arrested.
I had talked to them.
And as a matter of fact, on March 21st of 2022, so before there was an official finding of Eric's cause of death, isn't it fair that you sent an email to the chief detective, the same one you talked to in the driveway or outside the house, with the timeline of everything suspicious that Kouri had done in the last multiple years?
I can't remember the exact dates.
Okay, let me approach. May I approach, Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Counsel, I trust you folks. You can have leave to approach the witness as needed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as KRB6. Just take a second, as much as you need, and tell me if you recognize that document. Okay. And attached to that email is what you called a timeline, is that right?
Correct.
How many pages is that timeline you provided to Detective Woody?
Nine, if I'm counting right.
Okay. And what was your purpose for sending that timeline to Detective Woody?
Because I'm not a detective. Eric's death was suspicious, so I wanted to get it to the professionals.
And everything in there is about Kouri, right?
No, not everything.
Did you identify anyone else you thought might have been involved in Eric's death in this timeline?
It talks about...
Well, don't read it because it's not in evidence, but you can just generally talk about the topics.
I know it talks about Lisa in there. I saw as I was flipping through it, it talks about Ronnie's fiance or girlfriend, Bree. Talks about a lot of different people.
All right, and that timeline goes back years probably. Is that fair? Does it start way before he died?
Yeah, 2016.
So you go all the way back to 2016 in the information you gave the investigators.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then do you remember shortly after that you did some investigation into Kouri's business online and forwarded that to an investigator? Do you remember doing that?
I did not personally do the investigation, but if you show it to me, I can definitely tell you.
Okay. All right. May I approach your Honor? I forgot. Sorry. It's habit. That's federal court. I'm seeing you. It's been marked for identification as KRB 11. See if that refreshes your memory a little bit. Is that your email address?
Correct, it is.
So that's you forwarding to the investigator background information on Kouri's businesses?
Correct.
All right. And then do you also remember forwarding on March 28th to the same investigator reporting that Kouri had asked for her wedding ring back from the medical examiner and you thought that was suspicious? Remember doing that?
Can you show me the email
Sure.
again?
showing you KRB 12 and see if that refreshes your memory a little bit.
Thanks. Not her wedding ring, my brother's.
I'm sorry, the ring that he wore.
Correct.
On his finger. And she was asking for it back, right?
Correct.
And you thought the detective should maybe test the ring, or you thought that was suspicious and you reported that?
Yeah.
Okay. Also in there you talk about ring cameras. Did you share ring camera information with the investigators?
I did not have the ring camera information.
Okay. Do you remember in May of 2022 suggesting with the officers, the investigating officer, that Kouri may have tried to kill your brother on Valentine's Day with a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because my brother talked to me about it.
Okay. As far as you know, had that information ever been imparted to them before you gave that to them?
I would have no way of knowing that.
Okay, fair. Did you also do some online sleuthing into her mom's Venmo and Susan Kohler's Venmo?
I did not personally.
Did you forward that information to the investigators to use in their
Can I see
investigation?
the
Sure.
email, please?
Yep. Showing you KRB 14 with an email dated April 25th. Does that look like your email address?
Correct.
Okay. So the answer is yes, you did that?
Yeah.
All right.
Your Honor, objection. Misstates the email. There was no sleuthing into Susan Kohler's Venmo. It was just into Lisa Darden's.
I'm sorry. It does mention Susan in there. You want to see it again?
Do you want to just show the jury what it says instead of just talking about it?
Sure. I move to admit the exhibit. And Katie, can you pull that up?
Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection.
Okay. Give me the number one more time, Ms. Nestor.
It would be 3004.
Okay. So this will be D3004. This is, for the record, an April 25, 2022 email from an email address in bold print indicated as Richens Benson. We'll publish it now.
Can you blow that up, please, so Jerry can see it? You see that there you were looking into two different people's Venmo accounts, Susan Kohler and Lisa Darden?
Yeah, those are the two people that are on there.
And you also investigated the background of Susan Kohler and shared that with the prosecutor?
I did not personally.
But you forwarded it?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, didn't you also get access to Kouri's banking records?
Not for a long time down the road.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Oh, gosh, I'm going to quit doing that, I swear.
What's that?
My brain is wired that way. I'm showing you a letter that's marked for identification as KRB 16. A letter dated November 7th of 2022, which was a few months after Eric died. Can you just read that for a minute and tell me if you remember that letter?
Honestly, I've never seen this before.
Okay, totally fair.
Do you want me to keep reading the whole thing?
If you can't identify it. That's
Okay.
I thought you might have read it. Do you remember being asked how you obtained Kouri's private bank records without her permission? Did anyone ever confront you about that?
I think we're talking about two different things. The only bank records or banking that we have received is through the litigation for the civil lawsuit, when the trust was granted a constructive trust. And so that's the only thing.
So in your role as trustee, you went about to get her private banking records?
No, it's all litigation, and it's really hard for me to go through it. I mean, my lawyer's here; he can speak to it a lot better than I can.
Definitely don't want you to have to become one of us, so don't worry about it. You also had multiple interviews with the Summit County investigators. They came to your house once and interviewed you. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also interviewed with Detective Woody, I think, here or in this area, in this complex somewhere.
Correct.
And you also had multiple phone conversations with the prosecution, all this before Kouri was arrested. Is that right? I mean, we just looked at a bunch of emails.
We have to be more precise. Precision matters in this business.
Is it fair to... I'll withdraw.
Is different. The prosecution may mean different things.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. I'm happy to.
Thank you.
It was a little confusing, so let me try that again. Is it fair to say you had regular communication with the investigators in the criminal case almost immediately after your brother's death, even before they got into the house and after?
I did talk to the detectives, yes.
Okay. Okay, just a minute. Were there occasions where you sent potential witness names and contact information to the investigators on the criminal side?
That was in the email you sent. There were some names.
Okay. Do you remember... Oh, I'll strike that. Because you were the trustee of the home, you guys were in charge of, well, let me rephrase it this way. How long did Kouri stay in the house after her husband died?
Till her arrest, I believe, on May 8th of 2023.
So for that year, Kouri remained in the home with her boys. Is that right?
Correct.
Right. After that, you became in charge of maintaining the home once Kouri was arrested. Is that right?
I did before as well, too. I fixed water leaks, paid off the mortgage, stuff like that.
Right. And you fixed a water leak in that house on Willow Court?
Correct.
When was that?
It was in February. It was when it was January or February. There was a ton of snow on the ground, so I had to pay people to shovel all the snow to get down to it.
Okay. And that was Kouri and Eric's home?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, at the trust's house.
Got it. I understand. During that time, were there times where law enforcement needed access to the house to search it?
Are you talking after?
After Kouri's arrest, sorry.
Yes, yes.
All right. About how many times did you guys have to provide access to law enforcement to search that house?
I don't know off the top of my head.
If I were to say around 10, 11 times, does that sound completely out of bounds, or does that sound about right?
So I put my husband over all of that. So I'm not going to have the best knowledge of that.
So that would be your husband?
Correct.
Right. But the private investigator that you guys hired answered to you, right? Not your husband?
He was hired by the estate.
So he communicated with you directly?
Both me and my husband.
Did you give him unfettered access to the house?
No.
How many times would you say that investigator was in that house?
That's going to be better to ask my husband as well, too. My husband went with him every time.
Totally fair. Did you guys have the video equipment set up inside the house?
Like cameras to monitor? Yeah, yeah.
When did you guys put that in there?
I apologize, but that is also better to ask my husband. He was over all of that.
All right. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor. Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Just one more moment. So, do you remember when you retained Todd Gabler to investigate Kouri Richins?
The exact date, I can't remember. I think it was at the beginning of April of 2022. Could have been in March. I don't have the exact date with me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah.
Within a couple of weeks of Eric's death?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
At some point, did you guys plan a celebration of life for Eric beyond the funeral, like a celebration of life?
No. Did I? No.
Yes.
No.
You weren't involved in that?
No, we had the funeral.
Okay. And just one moment, I need to check one date. Hold on.
11th.
So,
I'm really sorry if I'm wrong, but I think it was the. Let's see. I have to see a calendar. I think it's March 11th.
so
I think.
within a week or so of his death, probably, give or take.
Yeah, it was quick after.
And wasn't there a celebration of life on April 1st? Do you remember that? Were you involved in that at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
Totally fair. Ms. Richens Benson, that is all we have. I'm sorry for your loss, and thank you for answering our questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, any redirect within the scope of cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Please.
Ms. Richens Benson, you just discussed with.
I apologize. Just trying to get ahead of the game, Scott. I don't know what caused that, but let's avoid that in the future. Keep going, Mr. Bloodworth.
Okay, Ms. Richens Benson, you just testified in response to the defense questioning about a civil lawsuit.
Correct.
Did the civil lawsuits begin on March the 28th, 2022, about 3 weeks after Eric's death?
That is when it was filed. It was threatened very quickly after Eric's death.
And who filed the lawsuit?
Kouri did.
Against who?
Against me as trustee of the trust.
And to defend against that lawsuit on behalf of the trust?
Correct.
You employ Mr. Throckmorton, or your lawyers employ Mr. Throckmorton and Ms. Carrington?
Correct.
And then Kouri Richins was arrested on May 8th, 2023.
Correct.
After May 8th, 2023, did the state or the trust employ Mr. Throckmorton or Ms. Carrington?
No.
The defense counsel asked you about a timeline where you presented certain information to the investigators, right? The detectives.
Correct.
And they referenced that information related to some financial information?
Correct.
Did that include your reporting that Eric went to get money from his bank and found an empty bank account?
Correct.
Did you also report that Kouri signed his signature on a $250,000 home equity loan against his house without his knowledge?
Correct, and that's what I told the detective that day.
And did you also tell them that Eric found multiple credit cards pulled in his name that he had nothing to do with?
Correct.
And that he talked to a divorce attorney?
At this point,
Correct.
We're going to renew our 401, 403, 404B. I'm also stating for the record that I think he's now kicked the door wide open. I want to recross on all the things I would have had in my direct because it all deals with this stuff.
You're going to have a longer conversation about the last piece. Your
Okay.
401 and 402 objections are overruled.
And 404B. All the financial stuff that we've litigated already. I think I have to do it when he tries to put the evidence in.
I know, but please approach for a minute. Mr. Bloodworth. Ms. Richens, you still have some water?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do. Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, your next question, please.
Did you also provide the police with information on Eric meeting with a divorce attorney, Christina Miller,
Yes, correct.
and Eric meeting with a trust and estates attorney, Crystal Bowman Carter?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide the police with information about a separate house rented in Oakley, Utah?
Yes.
Did you provide the police with information about a change in life insurance beneficiaries?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide the police with information on friends of the defendants and Eric's that they should potentially interview?
Correct.
Did you provide the police with information about a discussion involving the trust and control of the house 2 days after Eric died?
Correct. You're referring to the altercation on that, right?
I am.
Okay, yeah.
And then did you provide some information to the police regarding, I think you mentioned earlier, like a demand notice as it relates to the civil lawsuit?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, why don't you perform any recross that you think is within the scope of that redirect? We'll take a break, have an additional conversation.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be happy to. I need to grab that back from her in the
No problem.
email. Okay, so just to put in perspective, which has happened, all those things Mr. Bloodworth talked about that you told the police about, we're talking about March 21st, before y'all even know how Eric died, right?
Correct.
And he talked to you about a HELOC, is that right?
Correct.
And what's a HELOC? Tell us what that is, what it stands for. Do you know what it stands for?
I do not know what it stands for.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
What do you know it to be?
Like a home equity loan?
That's what it stands for.
Okay.
Home equity line of credit. Does that
Okay.
sound familiar? Okay. So tell me, as far as the HELOC goes, it's your belief that Kouri got one of those on the house without Eric's knowing about it, right?
Correct. Eric told me.
Okay. And one of the documents that you executed as trustee, when you became trustee of the trust, was something called a durable power of attorney. Do you remember that?
That I executed?
I'm using fancy lawyer words, I'm sorry. A document you had to sign. Where the trust gives you power of attorney over all of Eric's assets. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I was his power of attorney.
Right.
Yeah. I
And
don't
that
think it
was-
was durable. I think it was power of attorney.
Just leave that word out. It doesn't even matter. All right. So you had a power of attorney, and that was before Eric died, right?
That I had a power of attorney before Eric died?
To be trustee, if he ever did die. Do you remember?
I would have to ask my lawyer that too.
No
I am
worries.
sorry because I know all of it's very different, and I.
No worries. I don't want to turn you into lawyer up there. Okay. This is actually really important.
Okay.
So there was a time where you had to revoke all prior power of attorneys that were granted by Eric in order for you to have the final power of attorney, right? Do you remember that?
Is that on like the letter's testimony, or?
Let me
have to show it to me. I'm sorry.
Let me pull it up. Katie, do you have the revocation? Yep, just a minute. Let me look at what the number is. It's KRB 5 or 6. This one, it's probably. Do you see it? The revocation? Okay, can you pull that up on the screen? Only for, Your Honor, we only want to show this to the witness and counsel
Understood.
for right now.
That document is in front of the witness and counsel.
Do you see the document?
Yeah, so that's something my brother signed to revoke any power of attorneys after he found out that she used his. That's not something I've signed.
I'm sorry, objection. The copy I'm looking at is not signed by anybody.
Yeah, and this one's
That's
not
okay.
signed. Yeah.
I can follow up on what you just said, because it sounds like you know what I'm talking about.
Do you have an objection?
I just want to make sure we're looking at the same document. She said signed, and I'm not seeing
Oh,
it.
okay.
Two are looking at the same document.
Yeah,
Whether it's the same document.
it's not signed,
Pause
Brad.
for-
That was my bad.
Pause for one moment for me, Katie. Whether Ms. Nestor's referring to a different document, I don't know.
Understood.
I think I can clear all this up, and I don't really care too much about the document itself. I'm trying to refresh your memory. It sounds like it's refreshed. So you remember that Eric had to revoke power of attorneys that Kouri had previously had.
Yes, Eric did revoke it.
And you remember what that means is she had a previous power of attorney from Eric. Is that right?
She did have a previous power of attorney, but he did not know that she used it and
Okay.
took out the money.
But the power of attorney she had, and he was upset about it and wanted to revoke it so she couldn't do it again. Is that fair?
No. To be fair, he said he never signed that one, so there's a lot of litigation on if that's actually proper or not, because he said he did not sign that one. But she did have the signature
Your Honor,
on
hold
it.
on just a minute.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we did not ask her to say what Eric said specifically. I would ask that we strike that, or at least tell the jury it's for purposes of why she did what she did and not to take it for truth of the matter.
So let's be careful here. There have been times when Ms. Richens Benson has given an explanation for why she did or didn't do a thing, and that may have included her recollection of what Eric Richens told her. Those comments so far are inadmissible hearsay that cannot be considered for their truth as to whether Eric actually did those things or not, or thought those things or not. Rather, they can only be considered as context for why Ms. Richens Benson, as the listener, the hearer of those comments, did or didn't do whatever she did or didn't do next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that clarification. So to go back, it's your understanding, I just want to I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, but I'm hearing you say that you knew that there was a previous power of attorney that had been given to Kouri, whether Eric signed it, didn't sign it, that there was a dispute about that, and at some point before he died, he said, I'm going to revoke all previous power of attorneys, including that one.
Yes.
That's what I needed. Thank you very much. Also, Mr. Bloodworth just asked you about Eric seeing a divorce attorney. Do you remember when that was?
The dates and everything, it was in 2020. So it was before he did his will.
About 2 years before he passed, he saw a divorce attorney.
right?
A year and a half.
And is it true that you or your husband are the person who set that meeting up with the divorce attorney?
Correct.
Which one of you?
My husband.
And did you just know this person? So you're like, hey, use this lady? Or why were you involved in that?
I wasn't. I just said it was my husband, so you'd have to ask him on that.
Totally
Sorry.
Fair. Also, Your Honor, because... May I approach, just to be safe?
Yeah.
Decided we weren't... When you were previously being questioned by me, I asked you a question and we decided we weren't going to go into that, but we are going to go into it now, so I'm going to ask it very specific, okay? Did Kouri ever ask the trust to pay her any money in the year after Eric's death, separate from the litigation? Did she ask you to make any disbursements to her or the boys in the year after Eric died as trustee?
Not that I can remember.
That's all I have, Your Honor. And we will fully release this witness. She can remain in the courtroom for the remainder of the trial.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Richens Benson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome to step down.
Okay.
Thank you. Watch your step, please.
I'm okay to just go sit?
Yes. Let's see. Counsel, should we take a brief restroom break before the next witness? Not knowing how long the next one will take, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state will probably need 20 minutes.
Folks want a restroom break? Want to stretch your legs? Nobody. Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay, let's keep rolling.
All right. Your Honor, the state calls Clint Benson.
All right. Mr. Benson.
Yep.
I should have asked you if you did. Okay. Good. I'll take a look.
Let me go grab that. Hold on 1 second.
I would doubt
Testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury.
What? 8:49. And this is it?
This is your noting.
Thank you.
You can drag it around. Whatever's comfortable.
Sounds good. There we go.
Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Clint Benson, Benson.
Sir, are you employed?
I am.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by Salt Lake County. I'm their real estate operations and asset manager. I manage their portfolio of 1,700 parcels and about a $5 billion portfolio.
Do you have any other licenses or, licenses? Let's go with that.
I do, yes. I'm a licensed realtor as well as licensed appraiser.
I see. You are married to Katie Benson.
Yes.
And did you know Eric?
I did.
And Kouri?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the address of 282 Willow Court Road?
I am.
How are you familiar with that?
That is one of our prior homes and Eric Richens' home.
Okay. So you lived in it beforehand?
Yes, we did.
And then what happened?
We sold the home to Eric Richens.
I see. After Eric died, where did Kouri and the kids live?
Kouri and the kids lived at Eric's home at the 282 Willow Court address.
Okay. And then after May 8th, who was responsible for securing that address?
That was me.
Okay. And what did you do to secure that home?
So on May 8th, I arranged for a locksmith to come and change all the locks. I also arranged for a private security company to come out and watch the home until we could get internet service provided, as well as install cameras around the property.
Okay. Once you had the internet, what happened then?
That was when we could install the cameras. The cameras require an internet access in order to record.
I see. And how long did that take before you got the cameras installed?
That was as quickly as possible. So we had private security there. We had private security there for 2 days until we could get that internet up and running.
Was there a person there 24/7?
There was. Yeah.
Okay. Did you take any other efforts to make sure no one entered that home?
I also taped doors throughout the property, so then I would know if a door was open and closed.
Okay. Now, did you have any real-time notice if there was some disturbance or something?
I did. So those cameras would send my cell phone a notice anytime something was tripped. So that included even just something as small as bug movement would trigger on the phone. So I'd be watching that.
So did you get a lot of notices?
It was a lot of notices. Yeah.
Okay. What did you do upon receiving a notice?
Receiving a notice, I would of course, pull up the footage. I'd review it, make sure there was not a person that was trying to access the home, and at that point, then I would, if there was no one trying to access it, then of course I would close it down.
Okay. If there was somebody,
I would immediately call law enforcement.
Okay. Did you ever have to call law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. Did they show up?
They did within minutes.
Are you aware of any entry to the house? Let me back up. Is there a separate garage?
There is a separate detached garage.
Okay. Are you aware of any unauthorized entry of the home or the detached garage during the time you were in charge of security?
No, there was no entry.
Were there occasions when authorized personnel needed or wanted to make entry?
There was.
Who would that have been?
It would be the sheriff's personnel, and they would arrange through me if they needed to access the home.
Were there occasions when you yourself went in?
There was.
Tell me about that.
So I would go in the home if the kids, meaning Carter, Ashton, or Weston, if they had requested a specific item. So they still did have clothing in the home, as well as some sentimental items, trophies, things like that they wanted in the home.
And so, how did that work? Just you did it, and no one else, or?
It was primarily me. Occasionally, there was one instance where there was a live animal in the home. Carter did have a lizard, so I had to have help to carry that out of the home. So I had a family member help me do that.
Okay. But always you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And were there occasions when, I think there's been mention about Todd Gabler. Do you know him?
Yes.
Was there times when he asked to have entry?
Yes.
Were you with him?
I was.
Okay. How about defense attorneys or investigators? Did they have access?
Yes, we would. If they did request access, we would go with them to go through the home.
Okay. When you were going through the house, did you ever? Not through the house. When you were inside the house, on any occasion, did you ever see a missionary journal?
I do recall a missionary journal. Their master bedroom had a large master closet that was attached.
Excuse me. Who's they?
Kouri and Eric.
Okay.
Yep. So the master bedroom had a large closet that was attached, and
Okay.
I believe it was on the right side of that closet.
Okay. This journal was?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether Eric went on a mission?
He did go on a mission.
Okay. during your time in the home, either during this period or other occasions, did you see some written coupons?
I did, yeah.
Where did you see those?
In the master bedroom.
When did you see that? Do you recall? Approximately.
I don't recall when I saw it.
After May 8th, 23?
Correct, yep.
I see. I'd like to turn your attention to October, November of 2020. Were you present with Katie when there was a phone call from Eric?
I was.
Okay. And could you hear the phone conversation?
I could. She had it on speakerphone.
I see. You had met Eric prior to that. I mean, you had known him for some years before that.
Yes.
So, could you tell what his demeanor was like?
I could. He was extremely duressed. I mean, he was really upset.
Angry upset or sad upset or a little bit of both? I mean,
it was a combination of both.
I see. Did he explain to you why he was upset? I'm not asking you what he said. I'm asking, did he explain why he was upset?
Yes.
Okay. Having heard that, did you do something to assist with the situation?
I did. Yeah,
what did you do?
I knew he was on his way over to our home after overhearing the conversation with Katie. In the amount of time it took him to get from where he was to our house, I was able to pull up the Summit County website, the recorder's website, where I could pull up the property address as well as the parcel ID and be able to view all of the recorded documents against the home.
I see. And when you looked at that, did you find something that concerned you about the 282 Willow Court?
I did.
And what was that?
I found a $250,000 home equity line of credit that was taken out against Eric's house.
Did you pass that information on to Eric?
Yes.
After that conversation, that passing of that information, can you relate to us Eric's demeanor from that point?
Yeah, his demeanor was still very upset and very sad in general. So,
do you know what he did following that?
What he did following that, so we had a discussion about divorce attorneys while he was there as a result of finding out about that line of credit.
So, how did you suggest a name?
I did.
Okay. Was that on request, or were you encouraging?
It was on request, and so I mean, obviously Eric was extremely upset about what was happening, and it was just that conversation we were having where it was the next step would be to get a divorce attorney involved.
And so, did you suggest a name?
I did.
Who was that?
Christina Miller.
Did you work out a system of communication between Christina Miller and Eric?
I did.
And what was that? Could you just describe it?
So I was an intermediary, so I would handle phone calls as well as emails back and forth. So Eric, they had requested certain amounts of information from Eric, and I would handle that passage of information.
Okay. Holding here, I believe we called it 8-49, Your Honor. And I overheard we have continuing permissions.
Please.
I'm going to hand the witness State's Exhibit 8-49. I'd like to direct your attention to tab 13. Do you recognize what's there at tab 13?
I do.
Could you describe what it is?
It's a customer cash payment authorization form. It's a Ford paperwork.
Okay. Do you know where it came from?
Yes, it came from the Heber Ford dealership.
Do you know, did you get it?
I did. I picked this up.
Okay. And once you picked that paperwork up, what did you do with it?
I gave it to Katie.
Okay. Does it have Eric's signature on it?
It does.
Okay. All right. I'd like you to direct your attention to tab 15. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that a photograph?
This is a photograph.
Yeah, of that journal you spoke about earlier?
Yep.
That's that same one that you'd seen in the house?
Correct. I saw the front cover of it. It's a much smaller book.
Okay. All right, let's turn to tab 16, please. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
It's coupons.
You had mentioned earlier that you had seen some coupons in the house.
Yes.
Are those the ones?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to direct your attention back to March 4th of 2022.
Okay.
My understanding is that you were at home in the middle of the night and the daughter was sick. Is that correct?
Yes, my youngest daughter had the stomach flu.
Okay. And you or Katie received a phone call?
Yes, Katie received a phone call.
What did you do after that?
We literally ran out of the house, left the doors open, jumped in the car, and drove over, honestly, as quick as we could. So.
Okay. When you got to the house, what happened?
When we got to the house, Katie went in. I stayed outside for a little while, just because I had my daughters with me. I have two young daughters, but and then after that point, we ended up going into the home.
When you first entered the home, did you see anything unusual?
My number one priority was taking care of the kids, my two daughters as well as the boys. So I noticed some hand movements that Kouri was making, which seemed to me unusual. But
had you ever seen those hand movements before?
No.
Could you demonstrate for the jury what you saw?
Simply like that. It didn't seem to me to be an unconscious tremor, but it just almost like just an intentional movement.
Once you were in the house, where did you go next?
I went up the steps up to the bonus room that Eric had.
Okay. Who was up there?
It was Carter, Ashton, Weston, and then my two daughters.
Okay. Did other adults come in and go out during the course of the morning?
They did.
At some point, were you aware that the medical personnel, the transportation personnel were moving Eric's body from the house to their truck?
We could hear that, yep.
Okay. So what was happening at that moment?
So that basically those 4 hours, I was up with the kids. We were watching movies, playing games, doing things like that, trying to keep them occupied. Then we could hear the medical personnel leaving the home. I tried to stop the kids from going to the window, but given 5 kids up in that room, it was almost impossible. But
was your daughter still ill at this time?
She is. Yeah, she was vomiting on the floor. But
okay.
So I stopped the kids from going to the window. They went to the window, and I think that was when they first saw their dad being wheeled out of the home and knew that he had passed.
Okay, you said they.
Yeah.
Can you just use names to make sure we understand who it is you're talking
I
about?
apologize. Yep.
No, you don't have to apologize. It just
So that was Carter and Ashton.
Okay.
Were the two main.
all right. And so, what did you see?
So they saw Eric being wheeled out and put into the ambulance.
Did Carter say anything or do anything?
Carter's response was,
Why don't we focus on do first?
Yes. Did Carter do something or not?
his response was somewhat just level-headed. He knew at that point his dad was gone.
Okay. How about Ashton's response? What was that like?
His response was totally different. He just broke down, and he was extremely upset.
Okay. Were you present for any requests by anyone, including Katie or yourself or anyone else, of Kouri to inform the boys about what had happened or the status of their father?
Sorry, can you say that question again?
Did you hear anyone ask Kouri to tell the boys that their father had passed?
I did.
Okay. That morning, after that, did you hear Kouri Richins talk about her plans with C&E?
I did.
Tell the court about that.
She had what sounded like what I would say would be a fully baked plan of what she was going to do with that company as of that morning. She was going to have, his name's TJ Pellegrino, I believe is his name, but she was going to have him take over running Eric's company alongside with Cody Wright.
I see. Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benson.
Good afternoon.
I believe we've met, but I'm Wendy Lewis, one of Kouri's attorneys. Let's go back to 2012 for a moment. You said that that was when you sold the home, you and your wife sold the home to Eric, correct?
Correct.
And Eric and Kouri were living together at that time, correct?
I believe so. I can't say for sure, but I
Okay.
believe so.
Well, when Eric moved into the home, Kouri moved into the home with him, correct?
I believe so.
And they were married less than a year after moving into that home together.
Yes, that sounds correct.
All right. So that home was always lived in by both Eric and Kouri from the time Eric took possession of it, correct?
From the time of possession, did they live in that home the entire time together?
All right. Yes, did they live in that home as their primary home? Not talking about when maybe some of them stayed somewhere else, but was that their primary home together from 2012 until the time of his death?
I am aware that Kouri had leased a home in Oakley where she was going to live separately for a period of time. So I can't answer that. I know for certain that they've both lived in that home the entire time.
Are you aware that Kouri never did live in another home during that period?
No.
All right. So you talked about then at that same, well, not that same time frame, you talked about then in 2020 that you helped Eric hire a divorce attorney.
Yes.
So 2 years before his death, you talked about it was that he'd found out some information he was upset about with Kouri, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And so you reached out to Christina Miller. You sent an email to her, correct?
Yes, I did.
Asking if she would represent your brother-in-law, correct?
I asked if she would be willing to represent him, so.
All right. And you set up the appointment for him.
Yes.
Did you attend the appointment with him?
I did not.
All right. But you described yourself as an intermediary, but wasn't it decided that all correspondence would be between you and the attorney, not between Eric and the attorney?
That's incorrect. Eric did attend in-person meetings with Christina that I was not there for.
I understand. My question was not in-person meetings, all correspondence by email, for example.
Yes.
And all documentation that the lawyer requested from Eric was sent by you, correct?
As far as documentation that I knew about. Eric may have sent additional documentation that I didn't know about, but anything that I was aware of, I did send.
All right. So as far as you know, all documentation was sent by you.
As far as I know of documentation that I was informed about, I did send that correspondence.
Understood. And you were the one to gather up the documents from Eric, correct?
It would depend on if it was an in-person meeting or not. If Eric did something in person, I do not know what documentation he brought to Christina.
All right. Let's just take a step back. Did you send the documentation to the divorce lawyer that was requested?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say you were doing this because Eric didn't want Kouri to know he was considering a divorce at that time? Fair?
Eric was aware that Kouri was watching his emails and didn't want her to know.
So he didn't want her to know he was considering divorce?
I can't speak for him, so I don't know exactly what he was thinking at that moment.
All right, but he asked all the correspondence be with you and not with him. Email and anything sent, either email or mail, was all done by you.
I can't say in general all correspondence. So we've got to clarify that. It's only correspondence that I am aware of. So whatever Eric did outside of my knowledge, I can't answer that.
I understand that. And you're not aware of any other correspondence that Eric did. You're just not aware.
No, the divorce attorney would be the best source of that information.
All right. And we'll get a chance to talk to her. So anyway, but ultimately, Eric decided that he was not going to divorce Kouri, correct?
Correct.
And nothing came of these meetings and correspondence, correct?
Well, because of the trust was created because of this correspondence.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Yeah, so I recommended Christina Miller as the divorce attorney. She recommended Crystal Bowman to manage and write Eric's trust.
I understand that. But nothing happened as far as a divorce, correct?
They did not get divorced, no.
Right. Fair to say that at that time, you and your family, or at least you and Katie, were supportive of him divorcing Ms. Richens, fair?
We were supportive of Eric no matter what the arrangement was. We were supportive while they were married. We were supportive of the divorce as well, so that was his choice.
All right. Now I want to talk about, jump to May of 2023. This is when you took control of the home on Willow Creek. Is that right, Willow Creek?
Willow
Did I say
Court.
that right?
Yep.
It
Yeah,
is
Willow Court.
All right. And you said you had the locks changed. Was that immediately?
As quick as the locksmith could get there.
All right. So within the week?
No. Within a matter of hours, that locksmith was there.
And then you had cameras installed.
I installed the cameras.
You did that yourself?
I had the help of a family member.
All right. And you installed cameras outside the home?
Cameras outside as well as inside the home.
As well as inside. Is that the only time cameras were installed? Were they all installed at that time? Or were there cameras that then were installed later, additional cameras?
There's a substantial amount of cameras. The cameras, as cameras needed more batteries, things to swap out, things like that, I had to have a replacement, and so I did add an additional camera here and there in order to have a replacement on site. So yeah, I mean, I'd say that the original bulk were installed, and then later on I would add supplemental cameras for more redundancy, batteries, things like that.
All right. Both inside and outside?
Correct.
When was the last time the cameras were installed in the home?
Do you mean the bulk of the cameras, or if I brought in another camera?
When was the very last time you installed any cameras in the home? Or outside the home, to be clear?
That would have been years ago. I mean, it's been a long time.
All right. Now, you said that whenever someone needed to enter the home, you went with them.
Yes.
That's true. So every single time someone has entered that home, you have been present?
Yes.
Now, law enforcement has entered that home many times since May of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And each time there was more than one law enforcement officer that entered the home?
Yes, I believe so. You'd have to check their records.
All right. And they came to execute search warrants on the home?
Yes.
Do you recall how many times they searched the home between 2023 and today?
I don't have an exact number. They would have a better record.
If I told you 10?
That seems reasonable.
Does that seem reasonable?
Mm-hmm.
And when was, well, the last time they searched that home was 2 weeks ago, I believe today, correct?
Yes.
So almost 4 years after Mr. Richens' death, law enforcement was still searching the home.
Yes.
Are you aware if they removed things from the home every time they came into the home?
I'm not aware. You'd have to check their records.
Yeah, I'm just asking if you were aware.
That they removed, typically as a result of a search warrant, I would think they would have removed items each time.
All right. And, you were there, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you saw them removing items from the home?
I would receive a search warrant, and they would write the items that they were there to pick up.
Okay.
So I can't tell you for sure every time they left if they left with that item.
All right, makes sense. Now, there have been other people in the home besides law enforcement.
Yes.
People have been into the home to collect belongings for the boys, correct?
Not people. It would primarily be me, as well as occasionally it would primarily just be me. I believe in one instance I had a family member help me carry some clothing out of the home, but that's it.
There was a family friend who came in early on and removed things from the home, true? Or a distant relative?
I wouldn't say removed things. So anything that was taken out of that home was all the children's belongings. So it would be their clothing, if they requested a trophy, if they wanted a fish out of the home that was a stuffed fish, for example. So those would be the items that would have sentimental value that the kids had wanted out of the home. And that would be me. So they would give me the items that they had wanted. I would go pick them up, and then I would take them.
All right. Okay, let's move to Mr. Gabler. Mr. Gabler, this is the private investigator that you and the family hired, correct?
Yes. Mr. Gabler was hired by Crystal Bowman for the estate.
For the estate. And, but he was paid out of the trust.
No.
Well, Ms. Bowman didn't pay him, correct?
Yeah, he was initially paid by myself.
So you personally paid him at first?
Yes.
And eventually he was paid out of the trust, correct?
Correct.
He was paid at least $100,000 out of the trust, correct?
Correct. You'll have the records. So.
All right. The trust that the 3 boys are the beneficiary of, correct?
The 3 boys are the beneficiary, yes.
Okay. But that money was used to pay for an investigator. Fair?
Fair in regard to, yeah, in regard to ongoing litigation, that would be it. So
understood. Do you recall when Mr. Gabler was hired? How shortly after Eric Richens' death?
I believe it was maybe a little over a month after, around a month.
And part of what he did as your private investigator was to look into Kouri Richins' background. True?
True.
And he looked into everything about her business, correct?
Todd did not directly look into her business, but he in general looked into her background.
Well, he interviewed people about her business, true?
I believe so. I'm not aware. He did his own reporting.
Well, you were very involved in what Mr. Gabler was investigating. Fair to say?
Yes.
And you knew that he was investigating Kouri in order to try and come up with something that would result in criminal charges. Fair?
No, that's not fair.
That's not fair.
No.
Well, isn't it?
Todd investigated for the truth. He made it clear that no matter what, we had to be comfortable with the truth, no matter what that answer is.
And the truth that you were looking for was information to charge Kouri Richins.
I'll let him answer that. Ask that, then. Excuse me. I'll let him answer that, and then we need to move on. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry. Can you ask the question?
The truth you were looking for was evidence to charge Kouri Richins.
That's false.
All right. However, Mr. Gabler was supplying evidence to Summit County investigators at least as early as November of 2022, correct?
I don't know the exact date.
Well, when he would send information to investigators, would he copy you on those emails?
I don't recall if I received all correspondence with that. I couldn't tell you exactly.
Did you receive correspondence?
I did.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Of course. Any objection?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Benson, you could just take a look at this. Don't read it out loud. Just
Okay.
take a look at it.
Okay.
Do you see the date on that, Mr. Benson?
I do.
So let me ask again. As early as November of 2022, Mr. Gabler was sending information to Summit County Sheriff's Officer, to the investigators, detectives in this case, about Kouri's possible involvement in her husband's death. True?
Correct.
And you were copied on that?
Yes.
All right.
Would now be an appropriate time to take a short restroom break, Ms. Lewis?
That would be fine.
Okay,
Yes.
folks, let's stretch our legs. Please rise for the jury. have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Benson, would you do me a favor?
Yes.
Would you stretch your legs, use the restroom if you want, but don't talk to anybody.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good, thank you.
We'll call you back in when it's your time.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Leave all that there. Yep.
There's so many. Just like the consumer.
All right, we're still on the record. Ms. Lewis, to head off a potential series of objections from the state, would you give me a preview of the categories of information that are left in your outline for Mr. Benson?
I think it's all based on what was on direct. Is Mr. Gabler being in and out of the home, other things about people being in and out of the home, and then the night of, or the night day of March 4th, following up on some of the questions they asked.
What he witness perceived didn't do during that time frame?
What he perceived, yes, that sort of thing.
All right. Any concerns, Mr. Burmester?
No, not on those.
Okay. Folks, let's take a 10-minute break. But I'm trying to hold myself accountable. If you would help me do the same. Back on the record at 3:55. Thank you. Court's in recess.
We were talking about Mr. Gabler. As part of Mr. Gabler's investigation, he was allowed into the Willow Court home a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And he would go into the home and look through things all through the house, correct?
Correct.
Were you with him? I think you said you were, but you were with him every single time he went into the home?
Yes.
And did you see him move things around the home when he would go in?
Yes.
All right. And this was, well, let me rephrase that. Do you know when the first time was that he went in the home?
I don't know an exact date. You would probably know that date.
He would know what you said?
Or he would most likely know.
I don't know it. So that's what I was asking.
All right, yeah.
Okay. All right. But we talked about there were approximately 10 searches between May of 2023, well, I actually think April of 2023, and 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the home in between those searches, right?
Correct.
And in between those searches, he would find things and put them in different places, correct?
Todd documents everything that he does. He records it. I believe he records sound, does everything when he does his own investigation. So
he records. I'm sorry.
I believe he would record it if he was in the home. So sometime I believe it would be at least an audio. So yeah. I mean,
he would audio record what he was doing while he was in the home?
Yes. Todd's very specific about recording what he does.
Would he ever video record what he was doing?
I know that I believe he would audio record. I don't know specifically about a video, but you would have to consult Todd.
There were blink cameras in the home, though, or
yes.
Cameras
yes.
recording what he was doing, right?
Yes.
Did you ever turn those cameras, those videos, or those recordings over to the prosecution?
Those, they overwrite every 60 days. I believe that you've subpoenaed to get the video recordings, which we've given.
You have given those?
Yes.
To who did you give those to?
You. If we were subpoenaed, we provided the video recordings.
All right. We'll get back to that in just a minute. All right. So did he ever take things out of the home with him? Mr. Gabler?
I don't have a specific record of what he would have taken out of the home. He would have a record of that.
Okay, well, I don't need a record right now. I just a yes or no. Do you know if he took things out of the home with him?
I'm thinking that he may have taken some documents, but I don't. I couldn't tell you exactly. He would have a better record.
If he took anything out of the home, would he provided that to the detectives or to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
When you were in the home with Mr. Gabler, just the two of you, did you stay right with him throughout the house?
For the most part, yes.
All right. Was he ever allowed to just wander around while you sat down in the family room or something?
Typically, I was with him.
Okay. Typically, not always.
I can't guarantee that he wasn't ahead of me walking into a room when I was in the living room, so I would think typically I would have been right there with him.
So fair to say that during all these times that Mr. Gabler was searching the home, moving things, he was looking for things to help the prosecution, fair?
No, that's not fair.
What was he looking for?
Todd was doing his own analysis.
Which he then provided all to the prosecution, correct?
I believe he did provide it. You'd have to ask him.
All right. Now, there were times that you were alone in the home, true?
True.
And what were you doing in the home when you were there by yourself?
When I was in the home by myself, it would be property management type things. So it would be flushing toilets, making sure that water would still run, making sure water wasn't leaking, making sure water heaters were turning over so that way they didn't go moldy, things like that. So it was primarily home maintenance type things. Again, if I was requested to pick up an item by the children, then I would go and pick up those items. But that would be the only reason I was in the home.
Okay, so you were in and out of the main bedroom, Eric and Kouri Richins' bedroom?
Yes, there's a bathroom in there. So.
And you were in and out of the bathroom?
Yes.
All right. I have a few more questions, but can I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
Out of the home. Thank you, sorry. So in the last 60 days, who has been in and out of the home?
Last 60 days would be myself. It would be your private detective, or the defense's private detective. It would be the sheriff's officers with the warrant. And that's it.
You're providing all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the night of March 4th, 2022 for a moment. You said that you got to the house that night, middle of the night, correct?
Sorry, say the question again.
March 4th, 2022.
Okay. Yep.
You came to the home as quickly as you could, so about what time was that?
It's between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, around there.
Okay. And you came in carrying your two girls, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you saw something unusual.
Yes.
And you said that what was unusual was that Kouri was shaking her hands.
Mm-hmm.
And you found that someone whose husband had just dropped dead in front of her shaking the hands was an unusual reaction, in your opinion?
I don't know how personal I can get. So when a person... so I've noticed quite honestly, when your hand's trimmer...
I do have a tremor. That's observant.
Okay, it's subconscious, isn't it? So that happens. It's subconscious, and you can see it. You obviously notice it. So there's an obvious difference, in my opinion. I'm not a medical professional, but there's a difference between a subconscious tremor and someone who's doing this.
All right. Let me ask you this: had you ever seen Kouri prior to that day, immediately after losing one of the closest people in her life?
No.
So you'd never seen her grieving prior to this?
No.
So you don't know what was typical or not typical for Kouri Richins, right?
No, that's correct.
Okay. All right, you said you took the boys upstairs into the playroom. I guess it's called the playroom, that sort of loft area?
Sure. Yes, correct.
All right. And how's that room set up? How many windows are in that room?
One.
And aren't there toy shelves in front of that window?
There are toy shelves in front of that window, yes.
Okay. And the boys were 9 and 7, the two older boys?
Yes.
All right. So did they crawl up on the shelves to look out the window?
At the time, I don't believe. So that home's been reorganized. So at the time, there was different furniture up there. So there were couches up there. Currently, there's not couches up there. So I think the toy shelves had been rearranged. So before I believe they could actually access that window.
All right. You're not sure, though?
I'm positive that furniture's been rearranged in that home.
But you're not sure what was in front of the window at that time?
I can't remember exactly what toy shelves were in front of that window at that time.
Okay. And so Eric was brought out on a stretcher. He was covered, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what was visible was what we see on TV, a body covered in a sheet.
Correct.
All right. And then you said that people asked Kouri told Kouri, asked Kouri, I'm not sure, that she needed to tell the boys that their father had passed, correct? Actually, I don't think that's what you said. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. I think what you said is you never heard Kouri ask anyone to tell the boys that their father had passed. I believe that's what you actually said.
Say that again.
You testified on direct that at no time did you hear Kouri tell any of the family, you need to tell the boys what's just happened to their father, or to tell the boys their father has passed, correct?
No, that's incorrect. So,
all right. I'm sorry. Then go ahead. What was it you said?
Yeah. So I had heard people tell Kouri that we need to tell the boys.
Okay. 2 questions. First, were you aware that the boys had already told their grandmother that they knew that their father had passed earlier, or before, maybe even before you got there? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, and that sounds incorrect.
All right. And ultimately, it was Kouri herself who spoke to the boys and told them what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Were you there when that happened?
I was in the home, but I wasn't in the room.
You weren't in the room sitting with the boys when she told them that their father had died?
No, I believe I was in the room. So if we're talking about... So there was somewhat, I think, some different instances where a boy maybe went back into a room and she talked to one of them there. There was also a time when we were all sitting in the living room, okay, and they were talking about it there.
All right, I don't want you to speculate, just if you know or you don't know. Were you there when she sat the 3 boys down and told them what happened?
Yes, I was sitting on the couch with my 2 daughters, yes.
Okay. Could you hear the conversation?
Yes, I think she was a few seats down.
All right. And she did explain to the boys?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me one moment. I have nothing further at this time.
Mr. Burmester.
Yes, just think through a couple questions. Regardless of how the furniture is today, do you have a distinct recollection of seeing the body being wheeled out that window?
I do.
Was there any occasion when you were with Mr. Gabler after charges had been filed? Well, first of all, I'll ask that.
After
charges filed,
yes.
ever go in with Mr. Gabler?
Yes.
In those instances, did you ever see Mr. Gabler identify something and leave it and tell the police later?
Absolutely. Yeah. Todd would not, if anything was of interest, he would immediately call the sheriff's office, and it would be documented.
Did you ever see Mr. Gabler bring items in and leave them in the house?
No.
So I think you testified that Eric bought the home in 2012?
Yes.
From you?
Correct. Me and my wife.
And the next summer, 2013, is when Eric married Kouri, correct?
Yes.
In the backyard of that house?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness step down, Ms. Lewis?
Can I ask just one follow-up?
Of course.
Well, my teach you. I say that, and I end up.
I understand.
So you just said that anytime Mr. Gabler would find something of interest, he would call the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Correct. For proper chain of custody.
So as he was looking for evidence against Kouri, he would call them and tell them to get a search warrant?
I believe so, yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Burmester, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. Leave that there. I appreciate it. The state's next witness.
Deputy Nyen, please.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat. Sir, if you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
It's Deputy Vincent Nyen, Nguyen.
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2012.
What's your assignment at the sheriff's office?
Right now as a patrol deputy.
And what about back in 2022? What was your assignment then?
Patrol deputy.
What does a patrol deputy do?
Respond to calls and report or document incidents, crimes.
What kind of calls does a patrol deputy get called on?
It could be citizen complaints, burglaries, anything that a citizen wants to report.
Did you have law enforcement experience before coming to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What's that?
I worked at the Corona Police Department for over 3 years.
At the Summit County Sheriff's Office, are you issued a body camera to use?
Yes, I was.
And tell the jury about what do you do with your body camera when you're on duty?
So my body camera is always on until I activate my lights or manually activate it on the body camera itself, then it starts recording.
And was that the same back in 2022?
Yes.
Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you dispatched to 282 Willow Court Drive?
Yes, I was.
If we could have Exhibit 1-1, please. This has already been admitted. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And is this the home that you responded to that morning?
Yes.
Is it located in Summit County?
Yes, it is.
What time did you arrive at this home approximately?
Approximately 3:40 in the morning.
And when you entered, who was there?
Sergeant DiPotello, Deputy Pimentel, and also fire personnel.
Was Miss Richens there?
Yes, she was.
What about her kids? Were they present?
I was made aware that they were in the residence, but I did not see them.
And you were wearing your body camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
And it was active?
Yes, it was.
All right. If we could show the witness Exhibit 1-4T, please.
Go ahead, Scott. He can see it. Counsel can see it.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And Scott, go ahead and scroll through it so he can see to the end. What is it?
It's my body camera footage with a blurred spot.
I'm sorry, Scott, can we put up 1-4T? Do you recognize
yes, transcript.
And what is it a transcript of?
Of what was on my body camera.
Fair and accurate representation of the words that were spoken on your body camera that night?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move to admit 1-4T.
I think you're going the same place I'm going, Judge.
There are multiple speakers here. Would you folks approach for 1 minute? To see a video that has audio. The audio is also represented as part of a transcript on the bottom. There are multiple speakers in this video. There's the deputy, there's some other people, there is the defendant. You may take everything the defendant says as true and give it whatever weight you think it deserves, if any. You cannot take what the deputy or the other people say is true. You can only consider those statements for context regarding what the defendant was responding to, the effect on the listener. Anything further on that, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. So let's see. Do you want to admit that number that you just mentioned?
Yes, please.
Would you give me the number one more time?
1-4 with the letter T for transcript.
Exhibit 1-4T, as in Tesla, is admitted. Where do you want to go next?
Now if we could show the witness 1-4D, like David. Do you see it on your screen there?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's my body camera.
And is it fair and accurate representation of your body camera that night?
Yes.
Are there any changes to it?
Yes, there's a blur in the middle.
And with the exception of that blur, everything else is the same?
Yes.
And has this clip been cut down from your original video?
Not this clip.
1-4D? Okay. I'll move to admit 1-4D.
No, Judge.
Okay. 1-4D, as in David, is admitted.
And published to the jury, please.
Scott, is this in a spot you want to start?
I'll restart it, and it does have audio, Your Honor.
Understood. Go ahead, sir.
I don't have the audio.
Is the audio instantaneous or is it a delay?
No.
Okay.
It should be right away.
I think I know how to fix this. Give me just a moment.
We'll need
if
to
you
restart
pause.
it.
Yeah. We practiced this earlier. Give me just a moment.
Your Honor, most body cams, there's a 30-second.
That's what I thought too, but it sounds like they've edited around that. One moment, folks. Scott, would you do me a favor? Would you disconnect from the HDMI and then reconnect? Then, did you plug back in?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, will you cue the video again for me?
And no medical history other than his asthma.
Yeah, I mean, he has Lyme disease, but I mean, it's painful sometimes.
What does he take? What medicine does he take? Can you find it and tell us?
Good.
Hey guys, and on downtime, the nasophosis we got here, he's had 2 epis, American is 458.
Cam, you want to come out here?
No history, we have chest pain when he went to bed.
What's your first name? Bed? 9:30. Okay.
9:45.
And then what alerted you to him today, right now?
I just woke up. When I sleep with my kids, I'll wake up and I go back in my own bed.
Mm-hmm.
I just crawled over on his side.
And he was laying in bed? Okay.
He was on his back on the bed, and
Okay. And he was on. You said he was on his back. Okay. Where are your children now?
One's asleep in that room. 2 are awake with their ear to the door. I don't want them to go out. Please don't let them come out.
Where are the other 2 at that are awake?
In the hallway bedroom.
And where's that at?
Right there, first one to your left.
Okay. Is there any family members we can call right now?
Yeah, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom so bad.
Okay.
I think I don't know. 911's still on the phone. I don't know.
Here. Okay.
I call my mom.
Yep. I'll give you a phone right now, okay?
I need to call his dad. He's gonna be okay, right? Like I got in bed and then I just got him.
They're doing their best, okay, ma'am? Here, you can use my phone.
What's going on? I don't know.
found your phone. Is this it right here? Does he have any medical conditions or anything like that?
He has Lyme's disease.
Lyme's disease?
Nothing major, like,
Okay. So no heart problems or anything like that?
no, he just said his chest was hurting when he went to bed, but that's, not, if he doesn't drink enough water, when he gets on the bike downstairs, I don't know, it didn't make sense. And then he just said he was really tired because he got his allergy shots yesterday morning.
Okay.
With my son, they so much
And then when did you discover him? What time?
I got up, I got my phone. It was maybe 3.
About 3. Did you immediately call the 911?
Yeah, well, I got up and, as soon as I turned over and he was cold,
Mm-hmm.
I just felt like something was wrong. So, I just put the blanket on him because I just thought I should keep our room cold. So and then I sat there for a minute and I just didn't feel like his, breathing or anything. And so I just, oh my God.
Okay.
And he just felt so heavy.
Mm-hmm. Any COVID or anything like that?
We all just got over COVID.
Okay. And when was that?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay, so not recently.
Well, he just had a negative test. So I was the last positive, and then he had it. So his last negative test was a week ago.
Okay. Hey, ma'am, what's your name?
Kouri.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Kouri.
With a C?
No, Kouri. goes to bed.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't seem like you did, though.
It's like a gummy, as in like a THC gummy? Okay. And who is his primary care physician?
Herb Lepley in person.
Who?
Herb Lepley.
How do you spell it? How's it?
P-L-E-Y.
L-E-P-L-E-Y? When was he last seen?
Just a physical. Like, everything was fine.
When was that?
6 months, maybe.
the left. Yeah, I think the left master bedroom. Or the master bedroom. So basically she said, went to bed at 9:30. She slept with the kids because then she goes to bed when she went to bed. And around 3 o'clock, moved into her bed. He was cold and heavy. He has Lyme disease. He got an allergy shot yesterday. He might have taken a gummy, THC gummy, last night. So, other than that, just Lyme disease.
I already have dispatch call Emmy and Dix.
It's probably going to be Baker since he's here.
I don't know. Whoever the on-call is.
Yeah, like you wasn't saying, like you.
Did you call someone to come here too?
One K32. What's my case number? Copy. Yeah, firm. And the complaint's going to be the wife, first name of Kouri.
You need to lost the sound.
Scott, pause there for a minute. Thank you, sir. Scott, don't change anything for a minute, please.
Sorry, one more time, Your Honor.
Yeah, don't change anything for a moment. Let me see if I can fix this from my end. Scott, can you go back 5 or 10 seconds and test sound for me?
We're just waiting for our Emmy, OME, and our detective to show.
Yeah. I wonder if he had an aneurysm or something with all the blood.
Okay.
That's, there's a lot of blood for some unknown reason.
Were you first on scene?
We were second. The fire guy was here before us.
And there was blood before they
A little bit coming out as soon as we start doing compressions with the Lucas. Is when the blood came out. So.
Okay. All right.
I don't know.
No pulse or anything?
No. No, he was cold. I think he'd been down a while. Not a long time, but he'd been down a minute. He was asexually the whole time, so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Pretty young.
Yeah.
Maybe took some gummies.
Yeah, that's what she
That's
said.
what she said. And then the hydrocodone. I think there was hydrocodone or something.
It was
96 or something.
2016.
2016, yeah. Pretty old.
Did he take that?
We don't know. It was sitting there, though.
It's in the drawer right there.
There's something.
It
What
is.
is this right here? Is that it? What he's taking for Lyme disease?
Yeah.
Sure, just looked at it and said it was filled in 2016.
Yeah, that one.
It's under his name. I think he sleeps on that side of the bed, though.
With what?
I don't know.
That might be hers. Is it in
It's
his
his.
name? Oh, it's his. Okay. But it's empty, right? There's nothing in it? Maybe we gave him Narcan. That would have, if he was, search pipeline in there.
And then you arrived, he was already on the floor, right?
Yeah, she had pulled him down to the floor.
Kouri? I'm going to need to ask you some questions real quick, okay? Has he ever been in the military?
No.
No. Does he use tobacco?
No.
No. And what does he do for a living?
He owns a stonemason company.
And then when you discovered him, was he on the bed? Yes.
He was just laying on his side like normal.
Okay.
I just thought he was cold. It was cold in there, so I put the blanket on him.
Yeah.
But his body just felt like heavy, and
And which way was he facing? Was he facing towards...
no, he was just up, just facing up.
Oh, so he's laying on his back? Okay. And then did you pull him to the ground?
Yeah, that's what the lady on the phone told me to do,
Okay.
was to take the sheet and pull the sheet
Okay.
to the ground so I could do CPR.
Okay. What's his highest level of education?
It's a bachelor's degree.
Okay.
This man's been active. He didn't just die in his sleep. This is insane.
Any mental health conditions? No. Okay. How about any suicidal history? No.
Never.
Okay.
No.
Has he been seen by a doctor in the last 30 days?
No.
Okay. Has any prescriptions been filled in the last 30 days? No. Has he had a history of falling or anything? No. Any history of prescription abuse? No.
I mean, no, when he was in high school and stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Painkillers, I think.
Or maybe a reaction to his shots yesterday.
He just said he didn't feel good from them. Like,
He didn't look good last night.
he looked pale last night, and I asked if you were okay, and he said yeah, but he was saying his chest was hurting, but
Has he have any history of illicit drug use or anything in the past year?
no, never.
Okay. Okay. Do you have the phone number to Herb, his doctor? I can't.
I don't know yet, Ronnie. We'll see what we can get.
I don't. It's just at the Park City Family Clinic and Hospital.
Yeah, I can look it up.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Who told the boys? Carter said a cop told him. Why would you tell a child?
No, they shouldn't have told him. I answered them.
Oh.
They all know. They told me.
How do they know?
Well, Carter told me and cop told me.
Would they have told him?
No, I wouldn't think.
We were in there, so we were maybe a fire
Do they
department.
know?
Maybe they yelling.
Oh my freaking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh.
God, that number just kept ringing this morning, and I'm like,
Yeah, because we couldn't find her phone.
I thought somebody called from his cell phone, and then when you Google it, it says it's a spoofed number. I'm like, what? I'm going to go up here to these people.
Mom, is the door closed, my room?
Yeah.
Yes, we
They won't let me. Is he still in?
So I'll explain to you what the process is right now. Because he was in good health and his age and everything like that. Okay, our medical examiner is going to come and do their investigation real quick, and then also our detective, just to make sure that everything's documented, correctly. And then from there, they'll explain to you what's going to happen. Most likely, what I'm thinking, because he has no serious health problems or anything like that. His age, most likely, they're going to take his body to the medical examiner's office just to make sure that there wasn't anything else.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions for me right now?
No. He had allergy shots yesterday.
Yeah, and that's what she was saying.
Last night when I was here.
What kind of allergy shots?
He gets weekly shots.
Him and his boy get weekly shots.
So they're both just feeling good.
Like seasonal allergies?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was that at?
Park City.
Park City.
Family Medical?
No. Jeremy Ranch, Granger Medical.
Granger? Okay.
Oh, come on.
I did. They're all watching TV. I said, you guys got to go back to sleep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Cam?
Yeah. Need to go over there and knock her in the salad port to get the van keys.
Okay.
So, do this here with you?
Yep.
We don't know. We went to bed.
Clint's here. He's gonna help. Where are my boys?
The kids are in there.
Where's my brother?
He's in this room.
No. Do I see my brother? Baby.
Kouri, is there a way we could relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her now. What? Wait, come on. Come on. Come on. See you. Bob, come on. Come on, Bob. They got all the kids upstairs. Come on.
We're good now. I can explain to her if you want to go.
I miss everything. I miss his will, everything. I miss power of attorney. I miss everything.
And we don't have to
Go
worry about
upstairs.
that kind of stuff right now.
Upstairs with the boys. Go upstairs with the boys. I'm sorry.
No, it's all natural, okay? Just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Okay. I gotta breathe. Oh my God, I gotta breathe. I just talked to him like a couple hours ago. And he just woke up and he wasn't breathing.
I went to bed. I
I went back to bed because I'm a nightmare. So I went back in our room about 3. And I just turned over to cuddle him, and his body was just so cold. He's been gone a while.
So the only information I know from what the medical staff that was here is he was cold to the touch, okay, and it seemed like he was down for a while.
So went to bed, he was fine at 9:30. I mean, that's when I went to the bedroom with Ashton. I mean, so unless he went but I didn't hear anything. He didn't yell. He didn't say anything was wrong. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Oh my God, this is not real. Nothing happened. I didn't hear anything. I'm right across the room. If he was in pain, why didn't he yell? It sounds like he wasn't. I know, but why? I mean, I'm such a light sleeper. I couldn't have heard anything. I just couldn't have heard anything. If he just said Kouri, I would have. And he was so cold. He was so cold. I'm gonna have to get to I lost my brother. My mom's in the there and he goes to hell and I. Great. I'm here for you, though. Okay? We can make it through this. I don't know if we're going to make it. I don't know. Jesus, I do for those points. After for those points. Okay? It doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem real. No. I'm probably gonna go. I can't see your back. I can't talk to your dad. I'm sorry, I can't. I couldn't tell you. I can't. Okay, so what do we just have to look it up. What do we have to do?
What's that?
Is there anything that we need to do?
So we're just going to document some. So there's some protocols we have to document. Like I explained to them, the next thing is our detective and our medical examiner is going to respond to the location. Okay. They're going to do their investigation and document everything. Okay. And then most likely, because of his age, his health and everything else,
you're going to do an autopsy.
Most likely. But that's their that's their field, not ours. So for us, our thing is now we have to just secure the scene until they get here, and then once it's released, it's up to them. And then most likely you guys will be able to,
I told the guy that.
Okay, I think we want him to go to the funeral home in Morgan.
Okay. And that's something you could talk to our medical examiner about.
I mean, they take so long time. I don't know. Seriously, we were just laughing and drinking it. I don't talk about tomorrow. We were celebrating. We were just celebrating you guys talking. For what?
It's always in the big house at the end. And then over there yesterday. We were so excited. said his chest hurt.
I know, and then he's like, well, let's have a drink and then let's go to bed. I'm like, okay, so we did, and then that was it. Good night, I love you. Good night, I love you. That was all. Good night, I love you. It was so cold. It just was so cold. Is it fair?
Is there any like animals that sleep in the bedroom with him?
Yeah, my dog.
The dog on the bed with him?
Yeah, he's like a 10-pound little floopy.
Okay. Was he?
With Eric every day.
Was he on the bed when you came in?
Was he on the bed?
No, he wasn't in there when I came in. Your dad on the way, Katie. I don't
know. He called me, and I just like screamed, and everyone woke up, and then we're here. I don't think
It's to the exclusionary rule. The parties have agreed that family members can be present for opening, and that following opening, the defendant's mother, Lisa Kouri.
Hold on. They just bounced to the beginning. Wait, hold on. What just happened? Okay, that was really weird. They just went back to the beginning. So, nope, don't want that. Let's go back here.
No,
and
that too, you know.
Oh, I'm so shaky. I think I'm just stay sitting until I will go. It's okay.
Why do you have that stuff on his nose? It was like, what is that?
So, like I said, I'm not a medical personnel person, but what the ambulance said was he did have blood in his mouth.
All the blood.
So, you know, they don't know. It might have been an aneurysm. They don't know.
His dad has blood clots. I mean, he had blood in his stuff. It was like, looked like snot or something.
Yeah, because when they do the CPR, he gets the blood flowing and it gets moving. And if it's not pumping, he'll...
Oh my God. Well, when I was trying to just do the chest compressions, it just...
So, Kouri, does he have any other medications except for that?
He has high cholesterol.
Where would he keep his medications?
Our house, not for that. Our house cleaner just cleaned. I can't find where she put anything. But he doesn't take his Lyme disease doctor just is weaning him off of his Lyme disease medication, so he's just taking vitamins for that. We gave him something like for the pain because it causes him to, it just burns his body, so he has pain medicine. And
Is it that green bottle?
I honest to God don't know. I don't know. That was the one I found in his bag that he just took to St. George because we just went to St. George. I would assume that, but that looked old to me. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm sorry.
So Deputy Wynn, I want to show you a couple other exhibits. They'll pop up on your screen there, and we'll kind of move through them. So first we'll do Exhibit 1-4S1. And let's do 1-4S2. I'll ask you all the same questions about these. 1-4S3. 1-4S4. And 1-4S5. You recognize all of those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And are those still shots or screen grabs from the body camera we just watched?
Yes, it is.
I'll move to admit those 5.
Objection, Judge.
1-4S1 through 5 are admitted. Are we publishing to the jury?
If we could, please. And Scott, if you could just move through each of these. Now, if we could bring up Exhibit 2-41 for the witness. Do you recognize what kind of document this is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a voluntary written statement that we provide.
And whose name and signature is at the bottom?
Miss Kouri Richins.
Okay, I'll move to admit Exhibit 2-41.
No objection, Judge.
241 is admitted.
And if you could publish that, please. And maybe zoom in on the text for a moment. It's a little small. Scott, you can take it down. And the jury will have a chance to review this in their deliberations as well if you didn't have a chance to read it. So, Deputy Wynn, other than what we saw on that body camera footage, what were your other responsibilities that night at the home?
Also a crime scene log and a...
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you ask him to maybe keep the...
Just move the mic up. Yeah.
Move it closer to your face. Like you can hold the mic towards you if you like.
So crime scene log and also a death checklist.
As part of that death checklist, are you looking for anything that might have explained Eric Richens' death?
Yes, there's certain questions that we ask and we just fill in the answers.
So you mentioned on the video that you were securing the scene. Was that something else that you were doing?
Yes, I was.
So we also saw in the video that Kouri Richins volunteered THC gummies to you. Did
Yes.
you see any THC gummies in the home?
No, I did not.
What would you have done if you had seen them?
I would document where they were at and advise the detectives and CSI upon their arrival of where it was at.
As you're looking for things that might have explained Eric Richens' death, did you see any illicit drugs in the home?
I did not.
And what would you have done if you had?
Again, document where they were at and relay that to investigations.
And same question for drug paraphernalia. Did you see any drug paraphernalia in the home?
I did not.
And what would you have done if you had?
Document where it was and relay it to investigations.
Give me just a moment. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you, Deputy Wynn.
Mr. Ramos.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, before you get started in motion, as we were watching the video, I had what had previously been provided to defense of a transcript, and we've seen the transcript that was shown.
Mr. Ramos, is this the same or different than 1-4T?
So, and I'll explain.
Or is it a partial?
So it appears to be sections, kind of clips. So as this was being presented, that's what I was going off of. I noticed that the transcript that was presented is different than what we have.
Come up for a second, yeah.
Mr. Nguyen, good afternoon. I don't even know what time it is.
Good afternoon.
Let's start off where we just left off. Ms. Shervanack was asking you questions about what it is that you did or what you would have done had you found certain things. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, what we just saw, the videos we saw, that's from your body cam.
Yes.
You indicated that it is always off unless you turn it on, I think is what you meant. I think you said it's always on until you turn it on, but what you meant was it's always off until you turn it on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, we saw clips of it. Would you agree that's correct?
That is correct.
That is not from the beginning to the end, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't participate in which clips were shown, correct?
I was not.
Okay. Now, at one point, you do turn off your body cam. Do you recall?
I don't recall.
You don't recall doing that?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you had turned it off, when would you have turned it off?
When the call was over.
Okay. So if you were still inside the house doing the investigation, the camera would remain on?
Yes.
Okay. And if you had turned it on or off, you would have indicated that in your report, correct?
Yes.
For any other reason other than the call was over. Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you arrived around 3:40. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you left, I believe it's Officer Deputy Pimentel. You let him get out, check out. Is that correct? When it was time for him to go off duty?
I think so.
Okay. How long were you there?
I don't recall.
2 hours?
I don't recall.
Were you there when the Mr. Richens' body was removed?
I was not.
You were not. So it was before then?
Yes.
Okay. Was it before or after Mr. Gene Richens arrived?
It was after.
Okay. Do you recall anything about when you left?
I don't.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Deputy Woody, Detective Woody?
I don't recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection? Do you have a copy of it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you go ahead and pull that up, and I'm going to see what you have.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. This is different from what I
It's
have.
probably you have it on the other side.
Yes, it's not here. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure there's different formats, so I just want to make sure I have the same one that you do. Fair?
Fair.
Give this back to you. Okay. Go ahead and take a look at that or any other reports you have. Let me know what time you left.
It's not time stamped. So probably at the last paragraph where it says, upon their arrival, I released the scene to Deputy Orgel and I responded to the sheriff's office to book in the photos from the incident and uploaded the death investigation checklist.
Okay. So then if you go to the paragraph before that, does that give you a better idea of who was present when you were still there?
Yes.
Tell me.
Well, while waiting for...
You don't have to read it. You could just, if that's refresh your memory.
So after Sergeant DiBotello left, upon Deputy Orgel and Detective Woody and the medical examiner Sessions, upon their arrival, then I left.
Okay. So then at some point after you let DiBotello go off watch, you then waited for those 3 individuals, correct?
Yes.
Orgel?
Orgel, yes.
Orgel, apologies. Sessions?
Yes.
And Woody?
Yes.
So they arrived, and then you left, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak with Woody?
I think, no, I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not in your notes?
No.
And your body cam, based on what you just said earlier, would have still been on while Woody, while Orgel, while Sessions was there, right?
Yes.
Unless you would have shut it off.
Yes.
Which you didn't.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to put up just a still in just a minute of your body cam, okay? But before I do that, I want to ask you about your body cam. What software or what hardware does your body cam use?
I don't know.
You're not familiar with Axon?
It wasn't an Axon.
It wasn't an Axon?
No, it was not.
So what is it?
It was, at the time, WatchGuard.
WatchGuard. Now, those WatchGuard that you use, does that have an audit trail system?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you're done with a call, what happens to that video?
It gets uploaded.
Automatically?
Upon, I think that system, when we stop it and we go to the station, it uploads.
Okay. And did you do that here?
Do it where?
In this case?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
And where did you do that?
I don't recall.
Now, this wasn't the first time you were wearing that body cam, was it?
It was not.
Okay. How many times had you worn that body cam before March 4th?
A lot.
5?
More.
20?
More.
100?
More.
Thousands?
Possibly.
Okay. And in those thousands, you've uploaded videos of your body cam, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the footage and how to upload it.
At this time, I don't remember because we changed systems, and I don't remember how that system worked.
Does it have a little USB cord?
No, I think it automatically Wi-Fi at that system was a Wi-Fi.
Perfect. So now we have Wi-Fi. Which Wi-Fi? At your home?
No.
Okay. Where?
A secured Wi-Fi at the office.
Okay. So you would have come back here, just across the ways here, correct?
Yes.
And would it have been in your desk?
No.
A separate room?
No.
Where?
In my car.
In your car?
Yes.
So you connect to the Wi-Fi in your car or to the station?
Station.
Okay. So you come back and you do a Wi-Fi upload, correct?
Correct.
Now, at one point, you're told that it's been uploaded successfully.
I don't get notification that it's been complete.
So you just show up and it just automatically goes?
Yes.
You don't press a button saying upload?
No.
Okay, so now the software system it's an automatic Wi-Fi connection without you having to do anything to your body cam. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at one point, you did review what we just saw, or the full length of the body cam we just saw, correct?
Correct.
And you made sure that it was complete, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, if there's, actually, let me ask you this. In your report, since you don't remember, in your report, can you please look to see if you indicate that you shut off the body cam for any reason?
I did not.
So you did not shut it off?
No, I did not put that in my report that I shut it off.
Okay. Now, sitting here right now, you don't know if you shut it off before Mr. Orgel, Miss Sessions, or Miss Woody arrived, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about how you secured the crime scene. Where we saw you going around the house was limited to the first floor, correct?
Correct.
Did you go anywhere else?
Just the living room.
Okay. You didn't go in the kitchen?
No.
You didn't go in the garage?
I did not.
The detached garage?
I did not.
Okay. Now you took photographs, right?
Yes.
And you started getting bits and pieces about what happened, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you started telling your fellow deputies about it, correct?
Correct.
And you start piecing everything together, right?
Correct.
Okay. You heard, for example, or you saw rather, when you arrived, EMS personnel, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know any of those? Did you know any of those EMS personnel before arriving?
Before arriving, I didn't know who was responding.
But individually, have you worked with them before?
Only one.
Which one was that?
Sergeant Cernich.
Cernich. He's the one in the red, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cernich and all the other EMS are talking amongst themselves about what happened, correct?
I assume. I wasn't listening.
Okay. When Detective Woody appears, shows up to relieve you, you don't recall whether you gave Woody any information about what you have learned?
I do not.
You would have put that in your notes.
That I would have passed on information?
Correct.
Possibly. If not, I would just tell her, explain her a brief of what I observed and to pass on information.
Right, because this is a case where there is a dead body, right?
Yes.
And a detective is coming, right?
Yes.
You yourself told the family, told Kouri, hey, this is the protocol. This is what's going to happen, right?
Correct.
Because of his young age, right?
Correct.
Because he didn't have any mental health problems.
Correct.
Because he wasn't suicidal.
Correct.
All of these questions that you were asking Kouri were important, correct?
Correct.
And you were using it not only to fill out a form, right? It was to gather information.
On the form.
But for yourself.
on the form so that we're required to ask.
Okay, so you weren't trying to get any information to pass it on to any other detective coming in to see what happened to Mr. Richens?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was getting additional information.
Of course, because this is important,
Yes.
right? Just like as counsel had indicated earlier, precision in this profession matters, and it matters even more in your profession, correct?
Correct.
So, you're there, you're gathering information for whatever's to come, correct?
Correct.
Because you don't know what's going to happen to this case that you were dispatched to, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if somebody's going to be charged, correct?
Correct.
You are a fact gatherer, correct?
Correct.
More importantly, you're a truth seeker, correct?
Correct.
Because you don't care, or shouldn't care, what this piece of evidence here means, correct?
But I do care if it's evidence.
But that's important. My point is this, is you are going to approach every single piece of evidence equally.
Correct.
Okay. And in order to do that, you need to know what it is that you're looking for, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, let's take this example. You knew that they had taken a celebratory shot, correct?
A drink?
A drink.
Yes.
Okay. So, you know he's young, Mr. Richens, correct?
Correct.
You know that the protocol is to have a deputy and a medical examiner come in, correct?
Correct.
Because it's unusual that he died, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe something is in this drink, correct?
Possibly, but...
Possibly. Possibly. Did you possibly go to the kitchen?
I did not.
You did not. Did you possibly look in the sink?
I did not.
You did not. Did you possibly tell another deputy he was there, go to the kitchen?
I did not.
Did you possibly tell somebody else, go look in the sink?
I did not.
You did not. That possibly is important. Right?
Yes.
Yes. When somebody loses their life, it's important. Right?
Yes.
You asked, and we all heard you ask Miss Richens countless of questions. Countless questions, right?
Yes.
And she answered all of them.
Yes.
Yes. You asked her questions that were on your sheet, right?
Yes.
And then you asked her questions as things came up, right?
I did, yes.
Yes. Now, we saw you standing in the hall, and you were preventing people from going into her master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
To preserve the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason you're doing that is because of all of these possiblies, correct?
Correct.
So, one of those possiblies was that hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you took a picture of it.
I don't recall taking a picture of it.
Do you recall somebody taking a picture of it?
Yes.
Do you recall somebody opening it?
I don't recall.
Do you recall somebody taking a picture of the inside of it?
I don't recall.
Do you recall getting that hydrocodone bottle and putting it in an evidence bag?
I did not do that.
You did not. Did anybody do that?
I don't recall.
Now, having a celebratory drink, you found out, happened in the house, correct?
Yes.
They didn't go out somewhere, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Miss Richens' mother was also there, right?
I didn't know.
You didn't know?
I didn't know she was there.
Really? I may have 1 second, Judge. You that she was there? Because we just heard Miss Darden say, yeah, he looked pale. So you didn't know that Kouri's mom was there the night before?
I did not know she was in the house the night before.
Fair. Now, you were told, and you do know, that Kouri said maybe he took some gummies? You remember that, right?
Yes.
And you have, I imagine, familiarity with gummies, right?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, I'm not saying you take them. I'm just saying you're familiar with them, correct?
Yes.
You know how big they are? They're not that big.
No.
Right?
Yes.
You didn't search for those.
No, I did not specifically search for those.
Not specifically. Please elaborate.
I didn't go out and search because I was not in charge of looking for medication or anything like that.
Oh. So you weren't in charge of it. Who was?
Deputy Pimentel.
Okay. So you told Deputy Pimentel to go do that?
That was his job, to look for medications or anything like that.
Right. But what I'm saying is, somebody would have to tell him, hey, go search for this.
I passed that information to Sergeant DiBotello.
Correct. You're passing along the information. Now, you were there for an unknown time, and you indicated Pimentel was the one who's in charge of looking for that, correct?
Yes, he was assigned for that duty.
Now, at one point, you relieve him. Correct?
Deputy Pimentel?
Correct.
I don't recall.
You just indicated a little bit ago that you relieved him so he can leave.
Oh, when he left, yes. For him to leave.
Correct. You relieved him, right?
Yeah, not the medical checklist duty, but to relieve him to leave.
Correct.
Yes.
On his way home. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So who did you assign to take over his responsibility?
I don't recall.
Could you please look at your report?
I don't indicate that. I did not indicate that in my report.
So how would we know if that was even done?
Because Deputy Pimentel will possibly write his supplemental report that cover what he did.
Okay, so we'll ask. when he's called by the state, we'll ask him. Now, here's a thought. You don't search for gummies. And you would agree this whole environment's a traumatic environment?
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes, it is.
For everybody. Correct?
Correct.
Yourself included.
Correct.
I mean, there's such a thing as secondary trauma, correct?
Correct.
So, let's give everybody some grace. Now, you found out about the gummies from who?
Found out what gummies?
Who told you that he might have taken gummies?
Oh, from Miss Kouri Richins.
Correct. So who would know where the gummies are?
Miss Kouri Richins.
And did you ask her?
I did not specifically ask her about the gummies.
Not specifically about the gummies. Please elaborate.
I asked her about his medical prescriptions.
Nope. We're talking about the gummies. Did you ask her, Miss Richens, about the gummies that she told you about, that she volunteered? Did you ask her where they were?
I did not.
You did not. Did you tell Pimentel to ask her?
I did not.
You did not. So it's not like they were hidden somewhere. You knew where they could have been. Correct?
I did not know where they...
You could have asked a question? You couldn't have asked her where they were?
I could have.
And you did it, right?
Correct.
Now, you have been an officer since 2012. Correct?
In Utah, yes, correct.
What about before?
2003.
2003. In that time, you've learned quite a bit of things. Correct?
Correct.
How to investigate. Correct?
Correct.
How to document. Correct?
Correct.
How to interview. Correct?
Correct.
How important each case is. Correct?
Correct.
Because everybody counts or nobody counts. Correct?
Correct.
Now, we talked about things that you didn't do. Let's talk about one thing you did do. Miss Richens told you how she got into bed and felt Eric's cold body. Right?
Yes.
And she starts trying to say, well, I mean, we keep the temperature up, right? Or down. Correct?
Yes.
And what do you do with that piece of information? What do you notice?
That the temperature was set at 70 degrees.
Cold body. And you check thermostat. Correct?
Correct.
And you even make a note that you thought it was a little warm. Correct?
I put down the temperature, correct.
What was the temperature?
70.
And what did it actually read at?
71.
That's attention to detail, right?
Correct.
Because she told you something about a temperature and you wanted to verify it, correct?
Correct.
But it's only what you want to verify. Correct?
No.
It's not. We'll leave it. Let's talk about times. Everybody's looking at that clock right now, and I'll try to shut up real quick. But I might need to come back tomorrow, Judge. You gathered information about time, correct?
Correct.
You even get down to the minute at some points, correct?
Correct.
When you're filling out the form, for example, let's go back to that. You remember there was a group of EMS people, including Mr. Cernich, correct?
Correct.
And you're writing down, what time did you guys get here? Correct?
I did not ask that question.
Did you overhear it?
I did not.
Really? Okay. We'll leave it alone. You need to document when things happen and where they happen, correct?
Correct.
Because you know that the information that's going to go into your report is going to be seen by other officers, correct?
Correct.
By possibly prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
By possibly judges, correct?
Correct.
By possibly jurors, correct?
Correct.
So, in your report, go ahead and review it and tell me if you identify times there.
There are several.
Let's start with the first. Are you on paragraph, 3?
Yes.
The narrative? Okay. And what is that time related to?
The time they had a drink.
Which was what?
9 o'clock.
Now, is that exactly 9 o'clock?
On my report?
No. Did it actually happen at 9 o'clock?
No, Miss Richens advised me that they had a drink at 9 o'clock.
Okay. And did you, confirm with her how she knew that?
No, I took her word for it.
Correct. Now, you arrived at 3:40. Okay. What time were you dispatched?
I don't recall.
Were you dispatched? Would your dispatch be on your report?
Probably in the call logs.
Do you have that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you think did it take you 40 minutes to get there?
I don't recall.
I'll leave it alone. So, she says about 9 o'clock. You get there at 3:40, approximately, right?
Yes.
Now, during this time, you had some conversations with EMS, I believe it was Offred that we saw in the video. Is that correct?
Upon arrival?
No. During your investigation, during the video we just saw at the end, she indicated, it's the lady who indicated, we think it's an aneurysm.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And she had said he had been cold for a while. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason times are important, right, is because you need to try to figure out, hey, when did he die? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, when you say around 9, when you put around 9 in your report, or Ms. Richens says around 9, that's not exact. Correct?
It's going off her statement.
A generalization. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go to the next one. When's the next time you see a time arrival there?
The time they went to bed.
And when was that?
9:30.
So you say go to bed. Now, is that really when she closed her eyes and she was asleep?
The time she went to bed. I'm sorry.
Correct. Just went to bed, right? Like to
Yes.
their bedroom to start going to sleep. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think I'm pushing it. May we rest here and pick it up tomorrow? No, we're not. that okay?
Your Honor, I guess the fundamental question is how much longer?
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we've worked hard today. I appreciate your patience. Let's recess for the day. Some instructions, please, with fair warning that you will quickly become tired of me saying this, but I have to say it nonetheless. First, I need you to be back ready to get back to work tomorrow morning at 8:30, please. And if I can navigate my notes here, give me one moment. This evening, please remember, do not speak to anyone about this case. Don't speak to each other about it. Do not let anyone engage you about the case. It is off limits. Please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about the case. You have to either actually or effectively change the channel. Move on if you see a headline. Go to a different website, change the radio channel, go to another TV channel. Please do not read, listen, or watch anything about the case. Please don't post anything about the case. No research, no Google, no maps, no dictionary. Everything you learn about this case, you have to learn in the courtroom. I appreciate your patience. Please travel safely. Follow the deputy's instructions. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Deputy, I need you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Yeah.
Make that happen?
Yes.
Tonight, don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Okay. Can you agree to do that?
I agree.
Okay. You're free to go for the night, sir. Thank you. One moment, Counsel. Okay. Mr. Ramos, Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything on the record today? Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervinack.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we have a brief discussion as it relates to chain of custody, the Nyen case, and the state's need to bring in certain chain of custody witnesses, probably beginning tomorrow?
Okay. This is new to me. I don't have much context for it. Help me out.
Do you want to handle it?
I'm happy to.
All right. Can I turn it over to Ms. Shervinack?
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Always.
So, Your Honor, for the benefit of the record and for planning purposes for witness testimony tomorrow, a few days ago, the defense notified us that they are not stipulating to the chain of custody as it relates to the electronics, specifically phones, in this case.
And the body.
I thought they stipulated to the body.
Okay, to the body. Got it.
So the state does not intend to call every law enforcement official who handled each phone. And the basis for this is State v. Nyen, 754 P. 2nd 667. Nyen essentially says, the conclusion there is that once the evidence is in the hands of the state, it is generally presumed that that item is handled with regularity, and absent an affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering, the chain of custody has been preserved. And so the state's position is that the defense has not, through either motion or proffer, made any affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering of these items. And absent that showing by the defense, it's the state's position we are not required to bring each of these witnesses in to testify in order to admit these items to evidence.
Will you be laying foundation for, I'm inferring, a warrant was served, this device was seized, it was booked into evidence, it was tagged in this way, that's how we know this information was received from that device?
Correct.
So you'll be calling that witness or witnesses to get to that point?
Certainly. How the item was found, and our crime scene technician, and being transparent, our crime scene technician, Ms. Gibson, is prepared to testify.
This item was booked into evidence. It was packaged in this way. I secured it in an evidence locker. And after that point, it is released at times for different investigative purposes and always within the hands of the law enforcement system. And so that's the basis for our point today.
In the ruling, are you asking for a ruling today or just putting this on the court and opposing counsel's radar?
Partially the latter, because we want to be able to plan for these witnesses. Certainly it adds quite a bit of people if we are asked to do that. And our position is that, and maybe that is our ask, is without that affirmative showing from the defense that would bad faith or actual tampering, then the state is not required to bring in every law enforcement official who handled those items.
Can we get a clarification, Your Honor, just to make sure so that we can communicate and respond effectively? So she's talking about once they've got the phone checked into evidence from then on. You're not talking about the people who located it and turned it into Ms. Gibson. You're talking about once Ms. Gibson checks it into the evidence locker or takes official control of the item, everyone who touched it after that. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's the clarification I needed.
Okay, so I think I understand the state's position. Does the defense need to put anything on the record about this today?
Can we talk about it overnight and respond in the morning?
Yeah, candidly, the first people you should respond to are the state.
Yeah, we'll talk to Ms. Schwerner.
Okay. We can take this up first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Give me a preview of who you're calling tomorrow. We need to finish with...
So we have Deputy Wynn. We intend to call the paramedic on scene. We have 2 other first responders who were there, Andy Cernich and Deputy Pimentel. And then after that, we are at Miss Gibson. So she is the one that we're seeking to admit these items through.
Okay. It sounds like other than her, there wouldn't be testimony from investigating officers who executed the search warrant and bagged the evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
It sounds like other than crime scene tech Gibson, they're not planning to offer testimony of investigating officers who executed a warrant and bagged the evidence.
That's what I was asking. That was my clarification.
I think we now know.
So, okay, so that's a different...
This is part of the discussion I think you need to have with the state.
Okay, so they don't want to call anybody except Ms. Gibson? That's
not comfortable getting into this on generalizations because there's lots of evidence that was seized and it may be different depending on which piece of evidence we're talking about.
I'm talking about cell phones.
But there are a couple of those, if not more. Yeah.
There are.
Your Honor, the state intends to call the officer that located the phone and then the crime scene tech, I think it's almost exclusively Chelsea.
That's helpful.
That bagged the phone.
Okay. So, for example, without just for my helping me understand the argument here, I recall the phone that was in the cup holder when Deputy Maynard stopped Ms. Richens when she was in her vehicle.
For example.
For example, who's getting called to say, I took that phone and put it in an evidence bag?
So I think to use that example, the example is something like Deputy Maynard gets called and says, I walked over to Kouri Richins' car. She handed me the phone. I took it. I handed it to briefly to Deputy Woody. I sat there and saw her hold it for a few seconds, but she handed it back to me. And then I took it with me to the home where I handed it to Chelsea Gibson, who bagged it.
Okay. I appreciate that. Something similar for the other phones.
Yes, there's phones. There's also, they're the ones that have multiple kind of chain links of custody after in the state's possession, because they get brought out to be downloaded and put back and brought out to be analyzed.
But the state's position is once we get it to Technician Gibson,
correct,
we, in the absence of an affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering under Nyen, we've satisfied our, my words, not the case's prima facie burden of showing chain of custody.
We have satisfied, yes, everything after that will go to weight, not admissibility.
Correct. I understand.
Except the extractor. We're not trying to be ridiculous. We don't want every single person whose finger ever touched the phone. We haven't asked for that with the evidence. We are not asking for that for anything, except for the body. But the person who extracted all the information from the phone is a key witness. I mean, that's a key part of the handling of the evidence. So are you saying you're not even going to call the extractor? You're just going to call Chelsea Gibson?
No, for the
Counsel, rather than doing this in real time,
we will,
in front of a room, have a discussion with each other.
We will.
Let me know if there's something specific you want me to get into. We
Yes,
can
sir.
readdress this tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay. Some additional discussions may be necessary.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else on the record today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, yeah.
All right. May we check in tomorrow morning, say at 8:15, just to see where we are before we get rolling?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience today. The court is in recess.
All right, so that's day one. Day one is in the books. Day one is in the books of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Real briefly, we heard from 4 people today. We heard from his father, Gene, his sister, Katie, brother-in-law, Clint, who is married to Katie, and then first responder, Deputy Vincent Nyen. Sorry, don't know how to pronounce your last name. We saw a body cam of Kouri in the situation, and interesting trial, interesting beginning. I am going to call it a night. I am pretty tired. As you know, we started at 8:45 with Colin Gray, and here it is 12:15. Nyen. Okay, thank you, Aaron Nyen. So, been a long day. So, but really appreciate you guys being with us. I'll leave you with some cats. Super Ball's not around, but I'll leave you with some cats. There's at least one little Riker hanging out. So, thanks for spending your day with us. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with us. 2 trials in one day. And thank you to our mods, and thank you to Aaron. And we will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Take care, guys. Bye.